Hello, hello. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening, January 7th, 2024. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. So I have a lot of things I want to get done tonight. I want to talk about my December daily. I'm not sure that I'm going to do anything in it, but I want to show you what was suggested to me to do to bind it, and I think it's an excellent idea. I'll talk about that. I want to do some drawing. I want to do some slow stitching. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. So I've had all these heavy books on that journal, on that spine. Let me get out to my channel on my tablet so that I can welcome folks in. Don't ask me what song that is. It sounds like a march of some sort. So these are the heavy books I've had. Welcome. There's Melody. Hi, Melody. How are you? I put these heavier books on this spine to flatten it out because even with Yes Paste, it was kind of, Yes Paste does have some moisture in it. And so I wanted to make sure it was all cured and dry. Oh, and it is beautiful. Beautiful dreamer. All right. I'm a dreamer, maybe not a beautiful one, but okay. So here's my two dolls. You know, I wanted to put a scarf around his neck. I still have to do that. I have a snippet of red scarf in the other room. I'll do that before I put my journal away. And I have some other things I want to do on pages. I have that bling that I wanted to put in here. But the last time that we were together, I broke the spine on the journal and made a 4-inch one. Yeah. And it's huge. But it will accommodate all of my signatures. So it was suggested to me, and I'll probably do it, to do it Midori, to do the signatures Midori style. So I can go ahead and glue these down however I want if I'm going to do it Midori style. And I'm just kind of folding them under right now. I might clip these off. We'll see. I mean, at a certain point. And I'll just fold the top one here because I'll have to. But if I do it Midori style, and I'll do that all better, I'll get this way up at the top here so that it looks decent like that. If I do it Midori style, it will be easy to bind. So that is what I think I'll do. And it was suggested that I use elastic thread. Now I have some of that kind of round elastic cording that you can buy at the fabric stores. I see it at Joann's. I don't know if it's at Walmart or not. Not Joann's, Hobby Lobby. And I have some, but I think I'm going to order some because I was looking at elastic thread for beading. Beading, beading, and they come in different thicknesses. So we'll see. And I think that will work for me. I'm not going to work on this journal tonight. I just wanted to get it off my desk. We'll work on this. I want to get it finished in January. Yeah. Oh dear. We want to finish it in January, but I think I'll be very happy with it once I get it all bound. So, it's going to snow here tomorrow. It's going to snow. Let's welcome folks in. Hi, Janet Burgess. Welcome, welcome. And Melody and Chris. Hi, Chris. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Oops, I turned that too far. Now you see my tummy. I have to play with the camera to get it set right. Well, I think I might have to zoom in a little, except I don't want to zoom in. Oh, I really messed that up. Here, let me stand up. And I guess what I want to do really is move this up a little and then move this down a little. How is that? Is it still crooked? It's better. It's still a little crooked. That way. All right. So let's talk about the slow. Well, no, I was going to welcome folks in. There's Becky. Becky's crocheting. Hi, Becky. And Brenda. And Chris and Melody. That cord is called rat tail. Is that what it's called? Rat tail, the elastic cording? Rat tail. I did not know that. Thank you, Becky. Becky was a manager at Joann's at one point in her life, so she knows all this. She knows it all. All I mean, she's not a know-it-all. She just has a lot of knowledge to share. That's what I'm trying to say. I learn a lot from Becky. Janet Burgess, Becky, Chris, Melody, Brenda. Okay, I think I've welcomed everybody. So welcome in. Let's get my slow stitch box out and I'll show you where I'm at with my, where did I put it? I took it off my desk and I put it down here. With my burl stitching. Yeah. Let's move this over here for a minute. All right, this is what I'm at, where I'm at. I've got some, I'm ready to pin some more pieces on. So let's grab, and I found my little galaxy strip. I might put that on the cover. So I probably will not stitch on the burl. I might stitch on the scroll a little tonight, attach some pieces. I've got a whole stack of, over here, a whole stack of pieces to put on the scroll. Whoops, that's not fabric. And I still have Leah's tea to drink, and I still have the 20, and I still have the Santa Claus over here. But all these little pieces can go on the scroll, not the paper. I got my pattern mixed up. And here's the fairy. We might snip some cotton batting for the fairy ribbon. So, yeah, that December daily may not be done in December. Well, it's not done in December. It may not be done in January. So let me take these things out. And I'm going to pin on the burl. That's why I'm digging down here, is to get to the fabric. This is just hem stitching on that bandana. Let's see. I don't know if I'll need those or not. This is the inside cover. And I'm going to talk about what I want to do with the inside cover. Okay, now I can hopefully take this off my desk and put it back down here for. Hi, Joyce. Welcome in, Joyce. Hi, Renee. Renee, I'm going to draw in your big book tonight. I feel like drawing. I feel like drawing. So I got the big book out after I do this. Okay, so these are pieces that I want to pin. And I found this. I'm not going to put it in there, but I had purchased this either from Johnny or from Rosemary. Or could have been Keisha, but I'm not sure. It was probably from Rosemary, or it could have been from Johnny. But it's the Sashiko style. 11.5 by 14.5. I'm going to put that back in because I'm not going to put it on there. So, let's see, I want my pieces. Penelope, I'm going to have to put you way over here where you're safe, or I will knock you off. And let's get this off because I'm going to open this big piece up. I don't want to. There. Okay. So all the pins are out from the last time we pinned it together, and I've been stitching on this periodically through the weekend. I worked on it some Friday, some Saturday, and a little bit today. I finished it up today. So as I've shown before, this is the size of the journal here, and I made it extra big so I would have extra pieces to play with, and I'm really glad I did that. I might even be able to make a couple of pages out of the leftover here, depending on the size. However, what I want to do, see these red marks here? That's where I'm going to cut it out. But if I'm not going to cut it out until I've done all my running stitches on here. But if I have all my pieces stitched over here, I will have, and if I cut it along these lines, I will have raggedy edges here, raggedy threads. So what I want to do is, and I think I can do that tonight because I think it's all stitched around the red dots here. What I'm going to do is do another running line around here. Just maybe about 1/4 of an inch away. And then when I cut, I will cut between the two running lines. So that way, I'll probably stitch after I get done cutting. Yeah, it's just barely over here. If I cut in between here, I'll do another blind hem stitch, not hem stitch, a blind basting stitch, like what I've done all in here along that line. I could draw it out with my ruler because this is the back anyway. And then that way, my stitches will not unravel on me, is what I'm saying. And I could stitch it with the machine, but I want to do all hand stitching. So what I'm thinking is about 1/4 of an inch. I'm just going to use my pen here. About 1/4 of an inch in here. And I already have a thread there. So I may go around that. But see, if I would cut across here or across this line, those stitches would unravel. And they might unravel as I cut here, but I'll have my hem stitching in here, so this will not unravel because I will have caught it down here. That's what I'm thinking. So let me just draw, because that's what I did here. And this will be, I'll be cutting between these two lines here. I'll be cutting right in there. when I get ready to cut, which will be way down, will be a long time from now. Let's see. And Becky's making a beautiful rice bag. I have to bring this ruler up a little, so I can't wait to see what she does for, if she releases one tomorrow. K3N Cloth Tales. She said she would try to release her videos every Monday. And I am so enjoying what she's done. I'm just marking and then I'll go in and draw a line, but let me mark it here first. I had to order worms for my brother today. I got a little, oops, I marked it wrong here. I got a little fussy with him. I think he was surprised. I got a little crabby. His account, he only uses it once every 2 years. And I think I tried changing his password. It wouldn't let me in. But I think there's another Tom Abrams. I know my nephew is Tom Abrams too, but they have different middle initials. But I think there's a conflict. I think there's another man out there that has my brother's initial. It wouldn't let me in, and I was getting crabby. Finally, I ordered his worms on my account. All he thinks about is fishing, and I don't know. Just, it's going to get cold, but he thinks he's going to go ice fishing, and I'm not sure that ice is thick enough yet. And I get visions of him falling in the ice. You know, he's not a young man anymore. And I don't want him going alone. I don't want him going alone. And he knows that. And he really can't find, whoops, I marked that wrong. Not many guys around here want to go. He lost his fishing partner, moved to Arizona, retired and moved to Arizona, and he hasn't found anybody to, and I don't want to go ice fishing with him, but several times I have offered to go fishing with him. I said, I can draw. Well, he thinks I have to be holding a fishing pole. Oh, dear me. So I'm just going to draw a line here, because this will all be covered up. I won't be washing this. See, and then I'll baste in here. I'll take shorter base stitches like I did this running stitch. And then when I get ready to cut my book cover out, I'll cut in between these two lines. And that way, and my basting stitches will hold all of my extra stuff over here. So it will not unravel, or if it unravels, it will unravel just a little and I can catch it before it comes out. But also when I do my running stitches, I'll know when to stop. And that was the other thing. I might think about what I want to do with this. This is, the pages here are, let me get my 7 3/4. And I certainly have 8 1/2. And I certainly have enough this way to accommodate the pages this way are 13 1/2. So I can get some pages out of here and, whoops, I knocked something off. I had something up here I knocked off. I don't know what it was. Did you guys happen to see what flew off over here? I don't have 7.5 this way. I only have 6 1/4. So this I'll have to use for tags or, you know, whatever I do up there. Maybe a base or something. Let's see if I've got 7.5 down here. Let's see. Let me draw this line first. So anyway, we purchased worms today. And I go, if my brother can buy worms with no guilt, I can buy Art Stash with no guilt. And I want to thank Becky for the watercolors. I don't know if we'll get mail tomorrow, Becky, because we are expecting a major snowstorm here. Let's see how far it is from here to here. It's only 6.5. So in here and up above, I'll use this for whatever. I'll find a use for it. And I think I can, I don't know if I can get 2 complete pages, because I said that was what, 10 and 13. 13 1/4 and 13 1/4 is like 16.5. Well, I might be able to, because I think it's 20 this way. So I might be able to get 2 pages here and 2 pages here, which would give me a nice signature, 4 pages of borrow stitching. Let me finish. I'm just about done here. And then I'll come out and see what's going on in your world. What's going on in your world? Did you see where Raul is? Raul is doing a Valentine zine. It's not a swap, it's a collab. And what you do is you create a 15-minute video and set it as a premiere. And he's got a bunch of open times. If you guys are interested, and if you create videos, all you have to do is create a Valentine zine. I know exactly what I'm going to do. And you can sign up for 3 time slots. So I've already signed up for mine. He's got a lot of open slots left. Don't wait till the last minute to sign up. All right, so let's flip this over and then I'll come out and say hello to you all. So my stitching is all done on the parts that I've pinned. All basting stitches. Now my book is right in here. My book cover is right in here. But that's what I said over in here. I think I can get 2 pages out in here. And I'm not going to cut it apart until I get all the stitches on there. I'm going to use linear stitches. I might count the cross stitch and the, what is that other one that goes slanted? Can't remember the name of it right off. I might do those on there, maybe upright crosses. But there's, I'm following Pentangles, and she has a stitch dictionary, and she's grouped all the linear stitches in a group, and there's, oh, maybe there's 7 or 8 linear stitches, and I'm going to use those on here, primarily running stitches though for the borrow stitching, and they'll go across here. Now the same thing, if I do 2 pages here, I'm going to mark it out and mark cutting lines so I will know what, I don't want to ruin my stitching in here when I cut it. But what I want to do tonight is come down here, and I'll just let me prep this, and then I'll come out and welcome you all in. Let me just get this ready to pin. I'm going to pin, I have 2 more sessions. I'm going to pin here and halfway up here, and then hopefully Tuesday morning I'll have it all stitched that I can do the last quarter on it. And then I can start stitching on it, which is going to be fun. All right, so let me come out. Thank you, Renee. It is so easy to do this. It is so easy. And I'm learning how to take those tiny, tiny, tiny little stitches. I do pretty good, but every now and then, you know, well, I'm using a light blue thread. That might have been what I, no, here, I'm using this thread. So on the darker fabric, it tends to show up a little bit more, but not too bad. And I'm not a person that does tiny stitches. I'm used to maybe a 1/4 inch stitch, but I'm having fun, and this is a lot of practice. This is good practice to take the tiny stitches. I might even get good enough that I might be comfortable joining the local quilt folks. I was thinking about that. Let me push this down. Okay, now let me come out. Renee. Hi, Cindy Rain Girl. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Janet. Janet, are you following along with Cloth Tales? I thought you were going to. Lucia is and Kimberly is, I know. And Becky's doing the rice bag. I don't think she's doing the journal. I don't know if she is or not, but Becky does a lot of sewing. Let's see, Kitty Jen is here, Cindy Rain Girl. Where's Penelope? Penelope's over here. I knocked something off up here. I don't know what it was. I'll get the gripper out. I'm not going to do it now. Yeah, I put Penelope over on this side. So she's safe. Thank you. Renee says, oh, 13 years is a good life. What are we talking about? My blender was over 13 years old. I was just trying to make a strawberry smoothie. It was, I believe, the only one I've ever had, so it worked really good until yesterday. 13 years for a blender is a good life. Aw, isn't that frustrating when you're just ready for something? And what was it here recently? I had to find an alternative. I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's not worth mentioning, but kind of the same type of situation. I had to find a different way to do what I was doing. My ex-father-in-law drowned while fishing in cold weather, Renee said. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry. See, I don't like the idea of my brother going alone. But he ordered waxworms, and let me tell you, those things are not cheap. And he had to order 2 lots because that was their minimum thing. And he was determined to order them today, because he said it takes a week for him to get here, and he doesn't want them sitting out on the porch freezing, and they have to go to the post office. And I told him, I said, that postmaster lady gets mad at me if I send packages to the post office. I said, you may not get them. And he's like, oh. So I did what he told me to do, so we'll see if he gets them. Worms. I'm not going to feel guilty buying art supplies if he can spend his money on worms. Of course, he's richer than me. Let's see. Appliances at the same time if I can. Kitty Jen said, I think a ghost is running my air fryer too. If I put oil spray in it, it cuts off the smoke alarm, even if cleaned out, but it doesn't if I don't. So I'm probably going to try to replace both. I don't have an air fryer. I was thinking about getting one, but I purchased a little green machine, a hand spot remover, shampooer. So I kind of spent my air fryer money on that. We burned out at least 5 blenders. Renee Suzanne was Little Red Wagon. She says, making puree meals for our son with a G-tube. Then we bought a Vitamix. It's an investment, but it's well worth it. Yeah, I used to have, it wasn't a Vitamix, it was a big old juicer. And it finally burned out on me. I was making juice. The thing about juice, though, especially the fruits, you got to watch how much you make because, yeah, vegetables, it probably isn't as, you're getting a condensed, unless you add some water to it, you're getting a condensed calorie count and sugar count. I like that simply homemade juice. It's supposedly real juice, no sugar added and everything. And I was drinking a lot of grapefruit juice, but grapefruit juice is not good for the kidneys, so I switched to orange juice. And I just drink a little cup of it every now and then. Let's see. What else is going on? Sharon Marlowe's here. Hi, Sharon. Joyce and Riri. Hi, Riri. Becky. Sharon says, hello, Mary. Hello, everyone cooking and watching. I think she's cooking and watching. Becky says, oh, dear, Jen, it must be an appliance conspiracy. Our toaster oven died. Oh, dear. Don't talk about that. Our toaster, we don't have a toaster oven, but that toaster has to be 13 years old. Renee says, hello, yay, Mary. I was just remembering that book. Yeah, I'm going to sketch in the big journal tonight. Renee waves at Janet Burgess. This computer hates me, Janet says. Joyce came in. Joyce says hello to Chris. Melody's here. Aunt Beck says hi to all. I'm crocheting, and I think I'm caught up. Let me go down to the bottom. Becky says, our new toaster oven is also an air fryer. Yeah, I think it was Rhonda when I was talking about an air fryer, they said to get a combination one. A toaster and air fryer and I don't know what else. They were talking about it in one of my chats. Renee says she's sick with a head cold, ear pain, and a stomach ache. So I ended up taking a 3-hour nap. Well, I've been waking up early in the morning this week. You know, I've been setting my alarm for 3:30 because I like to have a little time before I go stream. And I think my body is like this morning, I woke up real early. But I went back to sleep again, so I caught up. But oh, and I cannot pronounce your name. Legia in October. Welcome in, Legia. Hi, Paula. Welcome, Paula. Ours is a Black & Decker one, $39.99 at Walmart. Well, that's good to know, Becky. Lala, there's Lala. Hi, Lala. Positive healing prayers and peaceful blessings, Renee. I'm fighting sinus. You guys use these big words. Lygia. Okay, thank you, Lygia. Well, welcome in. I can't wait to see or hear whatever. Are you on Facebook or Instagram? Any place where you can post pictures of what you do if you go urban sketching? It's a little cold now. This spring, I want to see what you do. Legio was the one who asked me to do a tour of my pochade, urban sketchbox. Lala says, can I post GoFundMe for Liz? Of course. Yes, Lala, please do. Lizzie, I'll let Lala explain it all, but Lala is wanting to raise some money for Lizzie. Now, is this for the funeral costs? She's doing a GoFundMe to help Lizzie and her family out. And it's for a good cause, and it's for somebody we know, so I've given Lala permission to let you all know if you want to contribute. I think Lala is a mod for Lizzie, too. Okay, so let's put some pieces down here, and I thought I would put some of this on there. I don't think I have any of it on there, and let's just tear a couple pieces here. Let's do this, and I should get this, what I have used, I'll put it up here, and so I can put it back in the box, put my pieces up there. And now this is a beautiful batik, but I have to cut away from this cotton batting, which could actually go in that fairy dust fodder that I'm making for, and I'm going to put that in my December daily. Let's cut some of this off. And I can see the quilting around in here. So this was, I got this at the thrift store. Somebody had scraps left over from their quilt. And it's a beautiful batik. And you know a batik is a true batik when it's as pretty and colorful on the back as it is the front. That's a true batik fabric. And I'm not going to cut that off because it's all stitched down. So let's see if I can tear. Let's see if I can tear this. And we'll just cut around here. And this, I can't get that off. I could put that on my scroll. I'm not sure what I'll do with the skinny part right now. And here's the Galaxy. I think I'd like the Galaxy fabric. Wouldn't it be fun to put it on the spine? I'll have to measure out the spine. So I think I'll put the Galaxy fabric on the spine, and I'll cut the salvage off. I just have one little piece left of that. And that's more blue. I have some Tanya Ugly fabric. The other piece I'm going to stitch up and send her a borrow. It'll take me a while to get it done, but and this I don't think I can rip. It's kind of a brushed denim. And this is a stretchy denim. And I don't mind the odd pieces. Is that all I had out? Oh my, that wasn't much. That wasn't much. I thought I had more. I do have more. Where did it go? I have some of this. I have a lot more of this. Hold on, I got some dark blue. I must not have got it all out. Let me look at what's in my lap here. Oh yeah. There's more. I didn't get it all out. Now I have to figure out which is the backing. I can use some for backing and some for... So let me figure out which is the longer piece. I think this is the longer piece here. Well, they're actually about both the same, but... Oh, no, this is the piece I was cutting up because it's all curved. This is the backing. I'm going to put it in a special place. What else do I have? This, but yeah, I think it's a light blue, but I don't know. Sometimes it looks green to me, so I'm not going to use it. All right, let's see what I can get out of this. Oh, at least they all fell in the box. All my pins. I need to find me a different case to put these pins in. At least they fell in the box here. Grr! And these stick too. I'm going to find me a different case. One that completely closes. Little cheap case. Let me get these off of the, back in the case here. Honestly, at least they didn't all fall on the floor. They fell. I have my open box in my lap, and they fell in the box. Thank goodness. So I'm going to be streaming tonight until 10. Tomorrow is Monday, Janet Nash, and I want to try to catch Janet tomorrow. I will be up. Is that the... Yeah, hold on. I will be up, hopefully, if I don't go back to sleep. And Dee Dee. Now, Dee Dee is giving a, I think it's a writing prompt. I'm not sure. But she does it on Monday. And if I watch Dee Dee, I try to watch her on Wednesdays. So I might have to scroll through and find out where her prompts are and how long has she been doing that. I'll have to ask her. I think it's, was it you, Kitty Jen, that's doing Dee Dee's writing prompts? If I remember right. One more. All right, I'm good here now. Now, let's, yeah. I opened these so I could start pinning. Oh, my brother's sneezing. He has no business going out in the cold. I'll tell you, that guy, I don't know how he's still alive, to tell you the truth. He does not take care of himself. He needs a sister to nag at him. All right, let's just set these over here. So I need to get this off of the... All right. So what I have here, let's fold this back up. Sort of. This was a remnant when I got it. Somebody had cut all into this. Looks like they might have made a shirt or something out of it. Make a pretty blouse. But I cut into it too here. I just want to get it halfway decent. Fold. So I can put these back into my box. These are ones that I've already snitched from. I can't wait to start stitching on these. Hi, Nina. Did Meri get a new box, or is she going to cover the Santa box? I haven't covered the Santa box yet. I've been putting fussy cuts in it. I think I will cover it eventually. I like the plaid. That box I got at the one that I had out here just with my pieces. I got at the dollar store. And I want to go get a couple more boxes. They usually are on sale after Christmas, the Christmas ones. But let's see, let's put that there. Let's get some of these. I don't know if there'll be any left by the time I get there because it's already the middle of January. But you can get them at Hobby Lobby. I can't get the larger ones anymore, but that's okay. I do like those boxes to put stuff in. But I've been putting my fussy cut. This is what I'm going to stitch up for Tanya. I'm going to do borrow stitching on it. Except for in here, I'm going to just stitch around there. I'll play with that someday. This one I'm saving out. The bandana. And I have that and this. And this has that, another piece that has cotton batting on it. Alrighty. I'm just going to pin tonight from these. I'm going to cut a piece off of this or tear a piece. Let's tear down this way. And I'll have enough left for the last quarter. Mina, I've got all my stitching done of my pins. All of this is all basted up in here. That's my thread. Where's that coming from? Where's that thread coming from? This gold. Hold on. No, it's not coming from that one. It must just be a stray thread. All right, these are going back in the box. Give me a minute. These are going back in the box, and these I'm going to use to pin with. And then I'm just going to pin tonight. I might stitch a little on the scroll. I want to draw. And I don't know if I'm going to do any of my December daily. I have some things that I can do to it, but we'll see. I need to hunt out or purchase. Do not buy me any thread. When I say I need something, it magically shows up in my box. Elastic thread. Karen K suggested that I use elastic thread or cording and do Midori style signatures in my journal. And I thought that was an excellent suggestion. So that's how I'm going to bind it. Midori style. That's just a perfect way. I won't have to worry about, and the signatures are stitched together enough in the middle that I can do that. I'm going to put this galaxy right down the center of the spine, which is in here someplace. And it's not there now, but I'm going to pin it there. I mean, I'll have to position it, but I'm just going to pin it here, and then I'll reposition it as I figure out where it goes. And it's just, you can kind of see the galaxy. It really should go the other way. Like that. There. And my salvage I'm going to put over here with the slow stitch scroll stuff. All right. So I'm done with the scissors, I think. And here is, let me gently pull it. Here is the part I have finished in here. It's all done over here. So what I want to pin is the bottom here and halfway up the side. So let me fold this because it's, let me just go like this. Sort of like that. And I had that tape measure fabric in my hand and it just disappeared. I think I'll put some of that in here. Maybe not that much. And over here, these pointy points, I'm going to quit doing pointy points because I've noticed in here, they're kind of hard to baste down. I'm going to, so that I can baste down that way, and I'll put this on my stitch scroll. So how do I want it? I like the diagonal. Let's cut it right there, or tear it. And that'll give me a nice rectangular piece. But I don't go for the rectangles so much. Now see, that's pointy too. And I'm going to flatten it out a little. It's just easier to stitch. It's easier to stitch than the pointy points. All right, so right in there. This goes pretty fast. And surprisingly, it goes pretty fast stitching if you sit there and work at it. The biggest problem I have is that sewing thread that I'm using is pretty thin, and I'm doubling it. And it tends to want to twist up on itself. And I have to be, and I use a long thread, so I have to be careful. I'm going to hold off on that one. I have to be careful. Ooh. I have to be careful that I'm not knotting my thread all up. Let's cut it this way. Down. Let's tear it here. And let's turn it on like a diamond. No, I don't like the, well, but that'll be a square, not a diamond. Let's tear it here. Like that. And there's enough overlap. And I'll stitch on this. I decided I'm going to leave the Christmas tree up. If it snows, it'll be nice and Christmassy. We're supposed to get like 6 to 8 inches of snow. They said there's a major storm coming for the Midwest. That's what they say on my phone. I really don't see that with Ryan Hall, y'all. He seems to concentrate a lot on the north and the southeast. I don't get a lot of Midwest. He'll talk about it, but I get actually more news from some of the other channels about, I usually go to weather.com. And that's where I'm getting my information. Now see, that makes points, but it's a square. And so I got this little interesting little area in here. Let's bring this over, like, let's bring it down because I want more of that to show. Let's put it this way. Yeah. And I'm going to cut where there's a little white arrow there, and this one, you know what it is, but there's some white spots in there that are just kind of sticking out, and it looks like a piece of lint or something like that. I'm going to cut those off. See, like this one over here. And I could take some blue ink or something and cover that up, or cover it up with a piece of fabric or something. Let's put this one here. So I'll be stitching on this. I don't know, it depends on if she puts up a video tomorrow or not, because I want to do her pages and her 2024. I'm following K3N Cloth Tales, and I want to stay current with that, and then I'll just work on this in between. I'm really enjoying doing this. It almost looks like a crazy quilt, but it's really not a crazy quilt. And I probably have it more little patchy pieces than what the Japanese would do. They're probably more graphic than I am. I'm not very, what do I want to say? I'm not very, oh, how do I say it? Graphic or modern even in stuff like this. I don't like just circles and rectangles and stuff like that. It's not my style. I like organic and diagonals and overlaps. Circles and squares and triangles and all that can overlap too. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different style, and it's not really my thing. Let's see, I'm going to bring this over a little more. And let's take this one and pin it here. Now pin it down here. Renee says, Mary, please check your P.O. box on January 11th. I will, Renee. Let's see. That's next week. Today's the 7th. The 11th is what, Tuesday? Sunday. Monday is the 8th. Tuesday's the 9th. Wednesday's, oh, that's Thursday. Okay, I will. Thank you, Renee. Becky says, Mary, did you see the pincushion K3N did? Was that a recent one, or was that her Biscornu that she did? I'll have to look. If it was a recent one, I know I didn't see it because I haven't been out there all weekend. But if it was one of her older ones, I saw her Biscornu. I saw the pin cushion that she's using to pin her pages with. I think it's a Biscornu. Is that what you're doing, Becky? Are you going to use that? Are you going to do that? Paula says, it's so fun to work with fabric anytime, but especially in the winter. Yeah. Now this has a gentle curve here that ends in a straight line. I think I'm going to put that right there. But I want my curve to show more. So let's pull it up and let it go into this fabric. I'm using that word gentle more often. Janet Nash always says she gently listens. I'm a gentle listener. She's got me saying the word gentle. Let's see. I love that flower pattern one. That's this is a bandana. It's a bandana that I cut up. Oh, yeah, the Biscornu. Becky dropped a link to it. Yeah, I saw that. Isn't that cool? And I'm probably mispronouncing Biscornu or whatever. Where's that dark fabric? That stretchy denim. Let's put, well, this is cotton, but that's not what I want. I want, where is it? Am I missing some? Did I put it back? This is all the cotton pieces. These are pieces I've used. Here it is. It's darker. That would go good in here. Right in there. Let's take these out. Are you going to do that one, Becky? Mary, will you hand sew all the little pieces? They are all basted down, and the basting stays in there. All of this up in here and over this way is all hand stitched, hand basted with that light blue thread. And I don't pay attention to how pretty or ugly it is on the back. They're pretty long stitches on the back. You take a long stitch and a short stitch, a long stitch and a short stitch. And it's called the hidden basting stitch, is what she calls it. So, and it's all hand sewed. Yeah, to answer your question. All right, this has that pointy point again. Let's get rid of the pointy points. I'm not going to stitch down to the pointy point. Oh, let's get rid of it over here too. I wrestled with that today. And I don't want to go into my gentle curve there. So could I, and I don't want to cover too much of that up. Let's put it right there and then put something in here. Maybe pull it over a little. Right there. Oh, I see. I put the big, this is the back of the stretchy here. It looks like that. And then, Mina, what they do, you've seen this sashiko stitching where they do the running stitches across. Well, I'm going to do those, but I'm also going to, this needs to come up a little. I got a little peeking out there. I'm going to do linear stitches. There are several types of, they call them linear stitches, like the running stitch is a linear stitch. There's several different types of linear stitches. That's what I'm going to do on here. I don't want to get too fancy dancy with it. That's just a little. And you'll see as I stitch, but I got to get it all basted down. And it's so fun to hold on to this after it's all been stitched and you don't have the needles poking at you. Now I need something in there, maybe some of this, just a piece of it, this batik in here. And see, that's got a curve too. And this curve could mimic that one. Let's put it right in. Let's bring it all the way down. And I have a little showing there. I might put something there, but let's cut this right here. And hopefully it tore like I wanted. So see this curve here? Well, there's also a curve there. So I'm going to have those. I was going to put it, I wanted to cover that up, but I want those curves too. So let's move this down this way. What did I do with that other pin? I took two out, didn't I? Maybe not. And let's put this one, let's put something under there. Now this is a hem here. Let's see what I have here. See, I tend to get a little blocky in here. Here, and here. And then when you stitch around all of those, no, where's my curve? No, I don't want all of that there. I wanted to repeat that curve. What did I do with it? I had it in my hand here, but then I have to have something in there. And so what I really need is just a little piece. And it gets awful patchy. It gets patchy. And I don't think hers is that patchy, you know, little patches. But I guess I'm doing what I enjoy. Here's that other pin. And then I want this piece to mimic that curve. And that might. See, oh, this has to come under. Owie, that stuck me. Now, there, more like that. Now I've got a little piece down there. Actually, I wish that were, well, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. Now, I know that there's a curve here and there's a curve there, and they kind of fit into each other. Now, let's move on. Now, I'm only going to go halfway up here. I'm going to do this side over here. And then we will move on. And I'll play with stitching it tomorrow while it's snowing. Let's straighten this out. Pull this over a little bit more. So up in here, probably about halfway. Let's see if I can't do some larger pieces. I got a little patchy down in there. Little small patches. Ouch! That Hoyt! That's it. When you use these pins, that's why you baste it. So if you baste it so you can stitch it comfortably. And you could do this with the machine, I suppose, but it's not as fun. It's not what they did over in Japan. And the Japanese have been experiencing some tragedy. Earthquake, was it an earthquake? And that big old airplane accident. Oh my goodness. Now I could put this big piece down, and that would take care of a lot of it. Let's tuck this under. And I could put something on there if it's not. I kind of like it like that. Chris says that her internet is failing her again. Oh. What did Paula say? Thank you, Mary. I learned about the hidden basting stitch. I had never heard of that either. The hidden basting stitch. I learned about that when K3N talked about it when she was doing her Japanese burl stitch. Or was it her? It was the Japanese burl stitch that I had never heard of a hidden basting stitch before. Now I have heard of the hidden hem stitch, which may be, I've heard of it, I never really did it. The hidden hem stitch may be, look, I got just a little. The hidden hem stitch may be the same thing. I don't know, because I'm not that up on all the terminology. It would be something to look up. See if there's any difference between a hidden hem stitch and a hidden basting stitch. And basting, you generally think of it being a temporary. In this case, it's staying in here. We're not going to take out all those threads. And there's no need to. And they kind of build a network of support underneath of the fabric. Ouch. Every time I move my hand up like that, it means it poked me. Let's tear this. Have to think how. I could just put it up here, but I don't think I want to use all of it up there. Which way do I want to put it? This way, I think. Or I could angle. I like to angle stuff if you haven't noticed, but this I could be very stubborn and put it straight. Let's cut it right cut tear between these two numbers. And let's put it straight, just to be stubborn. Or some semi-straight. Whew, it's getting warm in here. Now I'm going to leave a little space in there. And I'll put something across this way. All right. I like that. I might save this for, I've got more though. Let's do some of this. Right in here. Let's do some big pieces right up here. And some of this. Now see how patchy I said, you know, I have all these little pieces going on here, and these are larger patches, smaller patches down in there. Let's put, what do I want? This is the bandana again. Let's put it down here like that. No, that covers up. I don't want to cover up what I put down. Let's put it like that. Maybe over a little, so that will, and down a little, over and down. Let's put it right in there. And this is still Tanya's ugly fabric. She called it ugly fabric. I don't think it's ugly, to tell you the truth. Ooh, it fits right there, doesn't it? Let's pull this. Can I pull it over to the edge? Yes. Let more of that show. And is that a, let's turn this way. More straight. No, I don't know if I can. Let's put this back on it. My glasses are sliding down my nose. Like that. This one here. I don't want that point showing. Like that. This has got a pointy point. I'm going to cut the pointy point off. I'm avoiding the points because when I get my needle in there, it tends to fray it. And I'm just cutting them flat. I'll put that there. And we've got another light colored piece. Put that little patch there. And actually, move this one up and over like that. And then we got another point. I don't like the points. That's not cut very good, but it'll do. And then I just have this little piece right down in here. I think I'm going to take this and put it down here. And let's cut it off at the, let's cut it right there. And we will put it like that. Now all I have to do is pin it. Move that over a little. Let's cut this. Let's cut this here. And what I like about this is I don't have to be precise on this stuff, and you know, the raw edges are on, I'm not trying to hem them or anything like that. And she didn't either. All right, so I have this little piece left. I have this little piece. Ouch. Ouch! I have this, which is I guess a little long piece that it may come in handy up above. So these pieces are going to go back in the box. This one, that's scrap there. And this one. So I could continue doing this, but I'm going to do them in I did the center, then I did the lower left and the upper left. Now I'm doing the lower right, and then I'll do the upper right. For some reason, that seems to work for me. And these are just little pieces here that could go in on my stitch scroll. This, I don't know. It could go on the stitch scroll. I'm just going to put it there for now. So these will go probably Tuesday morning. I'll pin these down, these pieces. I'm going to put them back in the box. Oops, I started picking up. How did I have that? Like that? Uh-oh. I messed it up. I think I had this down here. Should have pinned it down before I started picking them up. And all right, I'm going to put these back in the box. This stack of them here. Put those on the stitch scroll. I also have some red scraps here, like this, but I'm not going to put those on. Those were saved from the December daily. All right, let me just put these up here for now, and let's finish pinning this, and then we'll move on. Let me look at chat. Let me refresh chat. Let me refresh chat. Top messages, all messages. I'm going to start down at the bottom. Becky said there are pins in them there ills. Yeah. And they're pokey sharp. Tip, when doing anything like this, take a photo in grayscale to see if you have balance in your piece. That is a good tip. I did not think about the balance. I think I'm pretty happy. I've got this kind of a purpley piece down here, but it'll be in its own little world on a page. Here's another piece that needs to go. I'm pretty happy with it. These pieces on this side are much larger than what over on this side. I have a lot of little patchy pieces up here. A lot of little patchy pieces on this side. And these are much larger. So it doesn't matter because I'm going to cut this up anyway. So this is kind of like a fabric dirty dozen. You do a big piece and then you cut it up. Ooh, you know what I could make out of the center pieces? I could make some postcards. Now my running stitches would probably have to be smaller. Wouldn't it be neat to make some postcards? I won't promise. I won't promise, but that's an idea. And you know who would get one would be Miss Becky. And yeah, should send them to Lucia and Kimberly because they're kind of following me, or not following me, following K3N, doing this fabric journal. Wouldn't it be fun to make some postcards? I'd have to concentrate on the running stitches. I'd probably draw them out like I did the book page, and then concentrate on making the running stitches much smaller so that they would show, but wouldn't catch in the machine. And I suppose, Becky, is there something that you could put on your I don't know if sizing to keep it from ripping in the machines? I don't know. I don't think you would want to laminate it. That would be a disaster. You could put it in make a postcard and put your postcard in, make it more of an envelope, make it a postcard style, but put it in a transparent envelope. Make a I've sent transparent envelopes before. And some postmasters will be kind enough to put postage on, you know, when you have a transparent envelope and you put a postage, let's just say I have a sheet of paper here. Say this is my postcard. And I want to put it in a transparent envelope to keep it from snagging in the machines. Well, you could put you want it, of course, you would probably want a lighter material, but you'd want your stamp and your postmark on the piece itself. And I have asked, and one guy in Madison, he did it for me because I paid double postage. I said, would you stamp the postcard and let me put it in? I mean, would you postmark it? And this is when they were still using their hand cancellations. And then let me put it in the envelope, and then I'll put postage on the outside too. And so it will, you know, I kind of paid double postage, and he did that for me. I'm not saying that I asked it someplace else since then, and I don't know who or where. I remember I asked someplace else and they wouldn't do it. They thought that was weird. I mean, well, I'm paying twice the postage, some for the inside and some for the outside. I just want it postmarked so that when she gets it, she'll have documentation. No, we can't do that. It's against our rules. That's what he said. Oh, well, I don't do too much stuff like that anyway, but the one guy, that was at the main post office in Madison, he was real nice about it. He thought that what I sent, I believe what I sent was I was in an Indianapolis stitching group, and I think they're still around. I'm not in that group anymore because, well, I'm really not around. I'm not around them anymore. You know, I don't have any. I'm in Nebraska, but I was in a swap where we did a band sampler, and I wanted to send it in the mail, and I wanted her to see it, but I didn't want to send it raw. And, oh, you know what? I need to move this back over. Hold on. And I think that's when I was living in Madison, and I sent it from the main post office. And yeah, see, this is where I get those little bands. I cut that point off, and I'm going to have to put something there. I could, but I don't. It matches too much with, I could put this one down here. It doesn't quite, well, it sort of fits if I move this one down. I don't want to put that one there because it's too much with that. Let's put this back up there. Hold on. I don't really like that there. I like it here. I'm going to have to find something for that. Yeah, I think postcards would be really fun. But I also think you'd have to adjust your stitching so it wouldn't snag on things in the mail. Those running stitches could very well snag. Mine could. Yours may be okay, but mine would probably snag. Come on. Get a different pin. It doesn't want to go in there. There. Let's try it up here. I don't know if I have it. That pin doesn't like that area. Doesn't like that fabric. Now I need to find something for right there. Something. Like that. No, that's, I could put that there like that though. Let's cut it here. Let's put this in here. I'm just about done. A few more pins up at the top here. And then we'll move on. Becky said, tip, when you do anything like this, take a photo. Are you bored? Oh, a fabric masterboard. I thought you were bored, Sharon. I thought, oh, Sharon, you know what I found? Sharon Lombard, welcome in. Looky what I found. I found Santa. I was going to send those journals to Karen Kay, but she said to hold on to them for a while. She was going to be the next mailing. I think Sharon is going to be the next mailing. I won't guarantee when, but they'll be the next mailing, Sharon. I want to get your Santa to you before you reach 95 or 105. Yeah, a fabric masterboard. That is a wonderful suggestion, Sharon. And actually, I'm going to do the borrow stitching on this, but I could do it both after I get it basted and without the stitching, and then do another masterboard when I have all the stitching done. What is Becky doing at Wednesday? Let's see. I have a China doll, Brenda says, that with a plant in it. People think it's creepy. Oh, I don't think it's creepy. I think it's a good idea. I was thinking of going to the thrift store and getting some old boots. I would want worn ones and making planters out of that this spring. I think I saw that in Mary Jane's magazine, one of the issues that I was cutting up. And I did get that Christmas magazine, Mary Jane magazine, all cut up. I did that this weekend too, finished fussy cutting that. There are some things I didn't want to fussy cut though. There was a potato recipe that they made out, they spiralized a russet potato, and then they made a kind of potato spiralized potato cake out of it. Looked good. Except I gotta watch that fried food. I gotta watch the fried food. And I've noticed I made scrambled eggs yesterday, and boy, my tummy, I loved them, but I don't think eggs are going to agree with me. I'm trying to watch and I looked up to see if eggs were bad for the kidneys, and they started talking about a lot of cholesterol. Eggs, the debate about whether the egg yolk, they said to eat the egg white. But I had scrambled eggs and toast. That was yesterday. No, today's Sunday. That was that Friday morning after I streamed. I made scrambled eggs and with pepper and onion, and I had toast with orange marmalade. That was a good, and you know, that kept me all day. Well, I was getting a little hungry at night, but I don't eat as much. I should be losing some weight, but it's harder to lose weight when you're older. I get out and start working in the yard again, I'll probably be losing some, because I've cut way down on, I haven't eaten any potato chips since last October. Every now and then I eat a little piece of chocolate, but not like I used to. Not like I used to. And I've cut down on salt and sugars. My brother had a steak today. Man, it smelled good. But red meat, no red meat. I do eat salmon. And I think I would probably eat cod and tilapia. Tilapia, I looked for some of that at the grocery store and I didn't see any. But maybe I just wasn't looking in the right spot. I like tilapia. It's a freshwater white fish. Okay, ouch. Boy, that's poking straight up. Let's close this. Quick. Close it quick. I don't like this case at all. It doesn't, it closes, but it pops open, so I have to tape it shut. Alrighty. So all I have for next Tuesday, it will be this part up here, this quarter. But between now and next Tuesday, I'll be stitching on all these pieces down in here that I pinned. And it's really coming along. And I want to do a running stitch where I marked in here so that when I cut it, and I'll probably do that on the sides too, because I think I can get 2 pages out of these sides. Pages that would, let me flip this because I'm going to fold it anyway. See, my pages, my folios would be this long. Well, they may not even be that long because they would just be, I wouldn't have to allow for the spine in the folio. So I could take 2.5 inches out of there. But the top and bottom here and here are not wide enough to do pages down here. And I'm thinking that I'm going to make postcards. I'm thinking I could get probably, well, if I go this way, 1, 2, probably about 4 postcards here. Yeah, 3.5. Let's see. from this edge here. Never put the ruler the right way. To this edge over here is 15 3/4. Well, 3 1/2 and 3 1/2 is 7. And 7 and 7 is 14. So I have enough to do 4 postcards, 8 postcards, because I could do the same thing up here. I think there's enough fabric over here. It's 6 1/4. And I only need 5 1/2. So let's put this away. Let's fold the pins in. Come on, come on. Straighten up. Some of these pins are going to be on the fold. Oops, did I get that one pinned down? I'll have to put another pin in it. And fold it again. And fold it again. And I still got some pins down here at the bottom, and some of them are poking up. Put this up this way, and this way. Oh, I want the flower or something to show. There's the flower there. Let's do it this way. Wait a minute. Ouch. Let's bring this. Yeah, and the spine, the galaxy is right on the fold. I'm going to take it off, and because I don't want to ruin it. I'm going to take it off and just put it here for now. And let's see, where's my flower is, ouch. My flower is here, and there. So when I get this all stitched, of course, this is the bottom. It goes like that. This is the very bottom, and then page goes up taller. This is toward the bottom. This is the lower part, but it shows the ribbon. Okay, now I have that, my pins, my scraps, my scissors. This will all go back in the box. I think that's it. Oh, and my thread here. And let me put this away, and then I'll come out and we'll chat a little. I want to sketch tonight. What time is it? It's only 7:30. I got time. Let me get the box out. Oh, the box. One thing I need to do is put a band around it. The lid popped open. Yeah, it's not too bad. Move my chair. This all goes here. This is extra fabric. My pins, my scissors, my thread, the little pieces, and the piece. It's like a little kit. All right. Don't stand it on its end, Mary. Let it lay flat. Let me come out and look at chat. Let me set this down flat. And we're going to draw next. Let me grab this big book. Oh, it's heavy. Renee, it's heavy. Ah, it's a heavy old book. Okay. Oh, and it's also tearing there. I'm rough on my stuff. I'm gonna have to heal the spine. It's tearing in there. Huh. Well, we can fix that. Not tonight, but all right. So let's look at chat. Let me welcome to everybody who's come in. If I missed saying hello to you, this is your hello. Let me look at chat and see what's going on out there. I'm going to start down at the bottom. Lala says, fish is okay for kidney disease. No meat or shellfish. No greens. Oh, I think you can have vegetable. All my favorite things. Yeah, fish. The fish that I like is salmon and tilapia, white fish, cod, halibut. But I think you can eat some vegetable greens like green beans and kale and broccoli, Brussels sprouts. I think you can have those, or I've been eating them. Legia, she told me how to say that. Legia. She says, love it, Renee. The same over here. Let's see. Leah says, hi, Leah. Welcome in. Paula's here. Let's see. Renee says, it's basically Halloween at my house all year long. Oh, dear. Paula says, I love the idea of using creative ways to plant plants. They're welcoming Leah in. I love it when you guys welcome people in because I miss a lot. And yeah. Sharon says, yay, Santa. I'm trying my best to keep him in a safe place. He's sitting here underneath of my little camera stand over here. Him and that $20 bill that Karen K gifted me. I need to get a hold of Becky's sister, and I'm going to see if I can't get a dragon from her, one of those 3D printed ones. I just haven't had a chance to get out there yet. Let's see. Becky says, that's what I'm doing on Wednesday at 1 p.m. A fabric masterboard. Are you going to... Becky, are you still here? Are you going to paint fabric on Wednesday, or are you doing a fabric masterboard where you're stitching? What approach are you taking to it? Is it going to be painted like we painted on fabric before? Is that what you're going to do? I'll see what she says. We talked about the pins being sharp. Renee says, I wish that I'd learned crochet from my mom before she passed. She was so talented. Yeah, there's a lot of things we could have learned from our parents, huh? We know it all when we're young. I learned a lot from my mom, though. My mother was not a needle worker. She did do quilt tops, though. But she did most of those after all the kids were gone. You know, I was in college before but she was interested in quilting, and she never really quilted them, but I have a lot of her quilt tops that she did. Some of them are upstairs. I brought some of them home with me. But as far as needlework, she never really did. And I think she would have enjoyed it. We are so blessed to have the internet, and we have so much information at the tip of our hands. Let's see, Renee says, I love making creepy art pieces as much as I love my paper crafts and journal making. Well, sometimes my art is creepy, but not by design. Renee says, y'all probably do not want to see my pincushion. It's a plastic doll head that I altered and cut the top of its head off. I stuffed the head with a ton of batting and covered it with navy blue velvet. Okay. Did you cover the whole head with the fabric or with the velvet, or was it the bodice of it? You know, like Penelope over here, she's a doll head, and she's got a velvet bottom here. And you could say she looks kind of creepy with all those pins stuck in her. But she enjoys it. She said, that's what I'm made for. Just make me pretty. I had this pincushion doll for years. Not since I got her, did I get her in Wisconsin? I think I got her, and I moved up to Wisconsin in 2003. 2003. So it's been a good 20 years at least. I think I got her in Wisconsin. She's my studio mascot. Let's see. And this is where Becky put the link to the Biscornu. And I think I'm caught up with chat. Batik, Becky says, batik is a whole fabric dyeing method that I sometimes utilize wax yeah. It utilizes the wax resist, the batik. Now, commercially, I would love to see a commercial batik operation because, you know, how they get that fabric, yards and yards and yards of it. I mean, they don't use that much wax on it. They have to use something to resist it or to get that design on it. And like I was showing that blue, it says, I don't know if I have a scrap of it here. It says, here's a scrap of it. No, that's the bandana. I don't think I have any of the batik. I don't have any of the batik in here. But it's as colorful on the back as it is the front. Oh, here's a piece here. But it's got that cotton batting on it. But if you look at this little piece here, that's the back, and it's as colorful as it is on the front. And that's how you can identify a true batik. Now, this bandana, it's as colorful on the back as on the front, but it's a very, very thin. I mean, I would say the ink probably, this is not a batik, but it is colorful on both sides. You have to give it credit for that. But fabric like this, you know, it has a print on the front and white. Most of it's a white or a light color on the back, which is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. So, all right. I was going to do some slow stitching, but we'll see if I get back to that. Let's finish reading chat. I love that flower patterned one. Yeah, on the rose. That was part of a doily. Mary, Lala was asking what makes fabric batik. I think it was Lala. Oh, yeah, well, we talked about that. Rosemary did a batik caboodle, and I think Beth Schuler was doing batik, and I did batik last year, where, like what Becky said, when we do it by hand, and I think batik originated over in Indonesia. It's a fairly recent technique, not yesterday, but it's in the last century, I believe, and it originated over in Indonesia. But when we do it here at home, or the home method, we use wax. You use like beeswax. I think Rosemary in her kit, I asked if it was all wax, and she said it was half paraffin and half beeswax, the little pellets that she put in her caboodle. And you heat that up, and then you use an old brush. Don't use one of your nicer brushes. And you have to be careful. Don't use a brush that's wax is going to melt the bristle. But you don't want to use a nice brush either, because I think Rosemary used one of those paint brushes that you get at the store, those little wooden handle ones. And you draw your design on your fabric. Now, we use like a muslin, and then that, as Becky says, the wax, when you put your dye on it, your fabric dye, after your wax dries enough, you paint your fabric with dye. You want to have something underneath of it. But then you paint your fabric with the dye, and the wax will resist. Now, there are special tools, and I purchased some that if you want to make a fine line, there's a special scoopy spoon tool that you can draw a fine line with, because sometimes your paint brushes don't do the fine line stuff. You have to get it fairly loaded. You know, you can dip a tiny paintbrush into your wax, but there's not much there to load your wax on. And they make this little tool that it's got a little spout to it, and you pour your wax in there, and it has kind of like a little bowl that holds the wax, and you kind of scoop up your wax and draw down that way. It's a very hand method. I think, let me show you here. Got me started on batik. Now I want to go do batik. I have some batik samples in my Society of Ideal Collector book here that I saved off from when I was doing mine. See, here's where I did a brick, and you can see the dye soaks right through, but where the wax was, where I drew brick pieces in here, and this I just made stone. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. I was doing little flowers here and doing diagonals there, doing diagonals and dots there. Here I was just scribbling, and here I was doing like a domino type thing, 5 dots and an X and lines, doing kind of a little grid thing. But this was beginner batik samples. It's just a little piece of, I don't even think I'm a little thread there. So that's my knowledge of batik. I had a lot of fun doing it. And then this, I had wax paper on the underneath of this when I was doing it. And look, I got, now I must have, this is brown, so it must have come off of one of this. And I put tape over it and made a washi out of it. Let's see. Distress washi experiment. Washi tape made with waxy batik iron-off paper. Oh, that was it. When your dye is all dry, you put paper on top of it. And then you use a hot iron to melt that wax off into the paper, like a newsprint paper. And then you use a hot iron. And Beth Schuler gifted me, not Beth Schuler, Lizzie gifted me some, one of her little irons that she used for batik and wax. And I haven't used it yet. I will use it. I want to do batik, but I just haven't got back to it. I want to do more batik. I don't have it out, but I have the batik. I did some really fun batik pieces, birds, and where did I put? I think in one of my journals has the birds that I made. Probably the caboodle. I probably put it in the caboodle, and goodness knows it's back behind me someplace. Let's see, Joyce came in. She's saying hello to Sharon. Sharon Marlowe was in here. Legia told me how to pronounce her name. I'm going to have to go back. I think I'm pronouncing it correct. Legia, let me go back down to the bottom here. Renee says, just the area that I cut off, that's where my pins stuck into. Lala says, I learned to sew and crochet from my mammo, my grandmother. She basically raised me. Legia says, oh, I love that doll head. Are you talking about this? This is a pincushion doll. She is actually, I think she's chalk, because when I had to, this is not her original outfit. She started eating all my needles. And I have to be careful because she'll eat the needles that don't have heads on them. And I have to be careful about what I put in here. Now these that have the heads on them, she can't eat them. And what I'm saying is the needles fall into her tummy. And she had this is kind of a purple velvet on her body now, but it was a brown velvet, kind of like matching her hat. I don't know if you can tell, this is brown. In the pictures, it kind of looks red, but it's brown. The camera brought the red out on her head there. And I don't think it's doing it here, but on my header, it looks like she's a redhead. Now I'm changing my icon. I'm making her black and white now. I'm for 2024, I'm trying to do a different style of her. It'd be fun to paint her in different styles and use a different style every year. But this year I'm doing black and white. And I don't have it all done yet. All of the little icon down at the bottom is still colored. Or some of it is. So, but I think her head is chalk, is what I was going to say. And she's got a little birthmark right there on her chin. It looks like a little heart. And then her lips are heart-shaped. And I've noticed, I think pins kind of scratch her eye up here. Her eyes are kind of getting dark in there just from, I guess, being out. I don't know. I've had her for a long time. She's my studio mascot. Hi, Anina. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Legia said, but that one is beautiful. I love it. She eats the needles. She did. She would, when the original body started tearing apart, so I took it apart and I restuffed her and I put a clean, but you should have seen all the needles I pulled out of her. It was like I was doing surgery and I just pulled needles and needles and needles out because they would fall right into the fabric. Now I'm being a little bit more careful. I'm using larger needles, but look, no, I'm trying to put my sewing needles that I used to sew. I have a couple, I think, in here, but they might have fallen in. But Ruth Lamb made this for me, and I'm trying to keep my sewing needles in here. Ruth said, use it, Mary, use it. And so I am. I'm using it. So, but you don't want to put these kind of needles in here because they'll sink right in. All right, am I up to the top? Beck told me. Just the area that I cut off, that's where my pin stuck into. Fish is okay for kidney disease. Yeah. I don't think I have full-blown kidney disease, but it could go that way. And so I think last October was a warning for me to watch my diet and to control my diet, or I could be heading for trouble. So I think that if I take care of my health, I'll be okay until my dying day, hopefully. But yeah, I eat a lot of cranberries. Cranberries and blueberries are good for your kidneys. Beets are a no-no. Red beets are a no-no. Grapefruit juice. I used to love grapefruit juice. I would drink glasses of grapefruit juice. That's a no-no. Red meat. So anything salty and sugars are not too much because, well, you know, if you're pre-diabetic, and I don't think I'm even pre-diabetic, but I think if I could very well head down that path if I don't take care of myself. All right, let's go back down to the bottom. Isn't that cool, Legia? Mina says, I remember when you pulled all those needles out of Penelope. It was like a magic act. There were so many. Yeah, I just kept it like she ate them all. Lala says, I have stage 3 kidney disease. Yes, take care of yourself. They say it's getting worse. Oh, Lala. Well, I don't think I'm at an advanced stage of it, but I notice when I eat certain foods that I see a lot of, not full-blown blood in my urine, but it gets darker. And that's just as dangerous, I think. So I kind of, if I start getting, this is kind of a yucky to talk about, but if I notice that my urine is getting darker than just regular yellow color, not clear, then I watch what I eat. I watch what I eat now anyway, but I really cut down if I see my urine getting darker. But so far, it's been pretty good. That week then in October, it was horrible. And I think that was just a warning for me to take care of myself. Lala says, I'm okay. I'm used to take a lot of Aleve. It caused it. Yeah, Aleve is Aleve and even Tylenol can be blood thinners, and they can cause a lot of. But I don't take even Tylenol or aspirin or anything unless I'm really got a headache, and I very seldom take it. Every now and then I will, but not very often. So I don't worry too much about the medication. But Aleve and what do they call them? Opiates, OPIDS, the NOIPIDS. They're a blood thinner, and they can thin your blood, and then you can see that in your urine. What a thing to talk about in an art group. Paula says, fully support you taking all good care of yourselves. Yes. Okay, let's move on and do some drawing. This is a book, the big book that Renee gifted me last year, was it, Renee? Little Red Wagon. And look, it's, whoops, I jiggled the camera. I'm so sorry. It's tearing down here. I'm going to have to mend the spine. So, but that's okay. We could decorate it anyway. However, now that my desk is clear enough to open this up, I've been doing mostly portraits in here, just doing sketching. I've been having a lot of fun sketching in here. And they're not all good. They're just me playing. I play with the water-soluble ink here, it looks like. And I think this is one of my better ones over here. He's not too bad, but he's better. I think I did this one after I did that. Let's see if I can. I don't want to knock things off. And Penelope's over here. Let's move her back over there. And what else is there? A ball of yarn and a tatting needle. And my ink pens. There. I would tap, but boy, I would really bore you. All right, so this is kind of what I had worked on in here. Fourth Art Saturday, I did this on and by the way, APG Jamie does open collabs, and she had posted in, we quit doing the Fourth Art Saturday. It was a video hop, and I did prompts and everything, and every fourth Saturday of the month we would have a video hop. But we kind of all got tired, and you know, it just, we did that for about 2 years, I believe. And this was one of my pages. I did the eye. You cannot depend on your eyes when your imagination is out of focus. I did that on, it was a quote from Mark Twain. And this is the only animal portrait that I have in here, the squirrel. And what I liked about it was his eye. I could see it looked like the reflection of the trees around him in his eye. And so I drew that in there. That's why I did him. I liked his eye. And I've done her several times. I think she was the first woman in Congress, if I remember right. And yeah, and this is Clara Langhorne Clements, Mark Twain's daughter. I think that's his oldest daughter. This is Susan Clements, the second child. I'm not sure which one was the oldest, because I have oldest daughter, Mark Twain. So I'm not sure if she was the oldest or if she was. Doesn't make any difference. And here's Mark Twain. And this was just a picture from either Unsplash or Wiki. And this is Thomas Nast. Thomas Nast again. Probably not a very good likeness. Thomas Nast drew that big fat Santa Claus that... Oh, this is Martin Luther King. I think that's what I did over here. I have to practice several times to get a good likeness. And this is William Allen Rogers, America Political Cartoonist, 1854 to 1931. I got the wiki photo. It was a wiki photo on Wiki. And this is a study of Harriet Beecher Stowe. I would not say that these are all that great. I think this one's probably better. I don't know. Sometimes because I'm sitting at my desk, I'm not always comfortable. And then some of them are okay. This one is Harriet Beecher Stowe. I like this one. This is Louisa May Alcott here. My sketch of her. This is Amos Alcott, father of Louisa May Alcott, was an author. And this is her father. It was Ida. This is Ida. She was born in Nebraska. She was the first woman hired to work in the hygienic laboratory of what became the National Health Institute. And I just did some rough sketch. I think I did another one. Oh, this was Grace Banker. She was, I was reading that novel, World War II novel, of the switchboard soldier. She was a switchboard soldier in World War II. They called them switchboard soldiers. They ran the switchboard during the war. She was stationed in France during the Nazi occupation there, and her life was very much in danger. So what I'm going to do tonight, this is my last page. This was sketched in March of last year, so I haven't done much sketching. What I'm going to sketch tonight, and I probably got this off of Wiki, because that's where I get most of them in my, let me get out there, in my gallery. Oh, do you guys watch The Mind of Watercolor? The Mind of Watercolor, this lady is Vivian Meyer, and she was a nanny in New York. And I don't know if I can expand this. That might be as large as it goes. I can't, I'll have to swipe it to expand it. This is a download. Let me see if I can. Sometimes if I swipe them, and then I can expand them. There. It gets fuzzy when you do that, but I get the idea. But she was a nanny in New York City, and she did all these photographs. And there's a book out of her now, but she never published her photographs. And you're seeing her, she's kind of in shadow here. This is a self-portrait of her. But The Mind of Watercolor is a watercolor channel. And I was watching him, and he was talking about 5 areas of composition. And he got her book out. Somebody purchased all of her photos or got a hold of them and had them published. And they're excellent black and white photos. They're just fun to look at. I'd like to study more of her life. But this was the only photo of her in Wiki. Very interesting. She was really into photography, took all these really beautiful black and white photos and never had them published. I guess she wasn't interested in that aspect of it. But let me come down here. Let me get into my gallery here. I have all my Christmas pictures here. Let me find, it's not this gallery, it's the downloads. Let me get to the downloads. I have a picture that I got of Robert Frost here. We're going to do Robert Frost. There. I'm going to sketch him tonight because he's got such a vivid features, and he's looking off over this way. He's got these big bushy eyebrows. He's got, let me hold it up closer. I don't want to zoom in because I want you to see the whole page while I'm sketching. But look at he's got big bushy. This is a picture of him when he's older. He's got a high cheekbone. He's got these wrinkles on his forehead, his unruly hair, his ear. This is a good study. His neck, look at his neck in there. And even his chin. I wouldn't call it a cleft chin, but it could be very well going there. Looks like he's got some bumps on his chin. And the jowl, the jaw, the sagging skin there. When you get older, you know, your neck skin kind of sags. So I thought he would be a good study. But I will say I have to sketch these several times before I really get a halfway decent. And I'm just going to use my pen here. I don't know. I like these S gel pens, and this is a bold number 10. And I'm going to sketch him over here on this side. And I might have to tip my camera just a little. And what I usually do is grab one of these Play-Doh containers and put under here when I sketch. Might need another one. Let's grab another one. Because then my book is... Yeah, I guess that's good enough. Let's bring this one over here. I don't know. Trade them. There. So, and I'm just going, I haven't sketched in a long time, so I'm a little bit out of practice. Shall I zoom way in on his face and concentrate on his eyes, nose, and lips? He's got a line right there. I'm not sure. It looks like almost like a scar there. It looks like it might be a scar. I wonder if he ran into a door. Look at that. Almost looks like a scar there. Interesting. Interesting face. So let's just concentrate on that. Usually I have my phone over here, but let's push this out a little more. Okay. So I would zoom in more, but I want you to see the whole page. And I'm going to sketch it fairly large, so I won't get his entire face on here. I want to concentrate on the eye. Let's concentrate on his eye and nose, maybe. And I don't know about the forehead. Let's concentrate. Let's concentrate on that for right now. Just do a study. So, and as you look at this, that's almost a perfect 45-degree angle there. But the eyes themselves probably go at about maybe a 5 or 10-degree angle. If you grab this smaller ruler. If you look at it this way, you can see there it's a little bit slanted that way. And this eyebrow is a good 45-degree angle. So let's see if I can accomplish that here. And let's start, I was going to start in there. Now, his eyebrows are, and I'm going to do them fairly large here. And then maybe over here, I'll do the entire head. And, you know, this is 3 feet away from me. I'm going to pull it closer. There. So all of this area in here is the ridge of his nose. His eyeball doesn't start until all of this dark space. His eyeball starts way over here. So let's shade in this area first. Just kind of shade in an area here. And let's see how, let's get out a brush and some water and see how soluble that is. Sometimes it's real soluble and sometimes I can't get that ink to move. Let's see what happens tonight. Get out a cup and a little bit of water. So Becky is, she's going to do a not a canvas, a fabric piece. I'm not too sure whether she's going to paint or do a masterboard or what she's doing Wednesday. But you want to, I'm sure it'll be on her community tab. I think it's in her Facebook group too, the announcement. What is it, 12 Eastern or 1 Eastern? I forget, but it's, Becky will tell us, she'll fill us in. Let's grab this brush. And this is a new brush because I had to break the bristles there. So let's see how soluble, oh yeah, see how soluble that is? That ink off of this pen. So all of this is in shadow, but now it's wet. So let's skip an area over to here and just kind of draw with my brush and put in the shading over here. And you can kind of see the eyeball, but not too much. So we'll just put in an area. And now, let's say that the eye kind of comes down in there. And there's some shading underneath. And then he's got this big old bag underneath of his eye. Now, I don't know if I can grab any of that now on my brush. Like that. And this is all of his nose area up in here. And let me get a towel out and see how wet that is. I just have to kind of play at this stuff, especially if I haven't sketched for a while, because if you don't use it, you lose it. So don't expect this to be perfect. Not too bad. So, and then it kind of, I don't know what this is, that darkness in there. I don't know if that's shadow or it almost looks like a, I'm not sure, this is part of his face though. But let's do his eye. His eyeball comes right up to that white area in here. Let's say that this is his white area here, the white of his eyebrow in here. Kind of comes up this way, like that. Well, his eyeball comes right in here, right up, butted right up to it, right in there. And then it kind of comes down like that. And then there's a white area like this. This kind of comes down a little more. Now I have to get this closer to me so I can see what's going on. And then this is dark in here. His eyebrows are really bushy up above here. You can't see them too much, but I can see them in there. The hairs of his eyebrow. And it comes down, and I'm not sure what all the shadow is in here. It almost, I'm not sure what it is. Let's go back and look at his eye again here. His eye is round like that, and kind of comes right up to the, all right, and there's a little white area in here. And then you get just a little bit of shine in there, and then it's dark. Now that doesn't look like much, but then his nose comes this way, and he's got, get it back over here, he's got a line, a crease right here. So it kind of, this is all dark in here. And then it kind of creases right in there. And then it gets dark again up in here. And then this is all dark. I got to be careful because that's wet. And it kind of comes out like this. And then here's the bag of his eye right in here. It comes down, there's shadow in here. Let me grab a little more water and wet this. And there's shadow right under here, right in there. And then it gets white again, and then it gets darker again under here. And it gets fairly dark in there. Now, I'm not sure I got an exact likeness there. This here, this area off to the side bothers me. When you look at it in a photograph, it could be an age spot. It almost looks like his eye. I don't know, it almost looks like a blood, like it's a black eye almost. I'm not going to put it in there because it bothers me. Let's concentrate on his nose now. His nose comes down at an angle. The other eye area is not, if you look at it, it's not very wide. This is as wide as this. And his eye is off over there. So this in here kind of, and you don't see much of that eye. You know it's there. And let's see, in relation to this eye, this kind of comes at that slight 10-degree angle. So kind of right in there. And this is really dark in here. And you kind of know there's an eye there, but it's really dark. And it's probably even darker than what I have it. And then he's got these big bushy eyebrows there. And that's probably just a factor of the photograph. You know, it's a photograph and it's going to pick up lights and darks. So he's got these big bushy. And a true artist would sit there and study all of this. I'm just drawing hairs. He's got those big bushy hairs. And it kind of comes out like that. And you don't want to get it too dark in there. But now his nose, you see, this kind of comes down. Actually, it kind of comes lower than that, right in there. And this comes at an angle. And this, let me grab some more. See if I can't just kind of put some shading in there. Because it is shady in here. Kind of builds up the side of his face in there. And then in here, it starts getting kind of a little round area there. He's got this little bit, you can kind of see a little bit under this eye and a little bit of the side of his face. And this is where I don't do noses that well. This is where, see, it kind of rounds and then rounds again and kind of rounds down and then comes and rounds this way. Am I doing it? This way, around and around like so. It's so weird to me. The noses are such weird pieces. Weird features of our face. And he's got that shadow there. Now I'll have to soften that line. And I'm not real sure, I'm not real sure. I'm going to darken that eye a little more. I'm not really sure I'm happy with the eye over there. Let's darken it a little bit more. It's really dark. And I think this nose is a little bigger, but it just feels weird to me. And then you see his nostril in there. And then this is all in shadow. I don't like it. I'm laughing at myself because I don't like it. This is all in shadow. And even some of this is in shadow. And up in here. Now I'll have to study that nose a whole lot more because it's kind of, I don't have it. I don't have it. But we're just gonna, and we're gonna put this all in dark in here. Except for the hair. And he's got kind of an eyebrow there. All right, let's see what I've done. The nose is weird. I messed up the nose. I'll do it again. This is where you study it over and over and over until you get it right. See, it comes down and there's shadow going on down here. I wanted to darken this whole area up in here. This part, this. All right. Well, for one thing, it's not pointy there, it's round. And yeah. He looks like a pig nose. So at this point where I know I'm not happy with it, well, let's get his forehead in there. Maybe that will help a little. His forehead kind of has lines coming like so, and in here, and arching up. He's got a lot of excess skin going on here. I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy with that area. I like this eye. I don't like this. But I'm drawing from a very dark photo. I don't like the nose at all. But let's bring his face down a little. Let's put in the lip. That might help too. And he's got a, it's either a fold of the skin or it's a scar. It could be just a fold in his skin there. But let's see. Kind of comes like so, and his lip is very thin. And comes out over this way. Very, very thin. And then kind of a, you don't see much of his of this area. And this area in here bothers me. I could just paint that out. So this, I'm going to draw this again. I'm going to stop on this because I'm not happy with what's going on there. It's okay, but I'm not happy. I'm going to practice this area. I'm going to enlarge it. And I just want to practice it because that's only how you're going to get good. I could sit here and trace it or do some sort of a way to measure everything out, but I want to train my hand to draw what my eye is seeing. And if I work at it, I usually get pretty good at it. Not always, and this is an interesting study Now I'm doing this area here. And see how many lines I put on there because I'm unsure of what I'm doing. And there's a little area of his face there. And his eye comes off over this way. And his nose is kind of round, and then it comes down. And then he's got this big old bulb of a nose in here. It's not too bad there, but this certainly... I'm not certain that I like that. I don't like that line. I don't know if I can wash that out. This line here has gotten way too dark. I don't know if I can blend that out. Sometimes I can, but that area there, that line, that's what you have to watch for too when you're using ink, because that's gotten way too dark in there. Okay. So I'm coming down here, I'm getting this line, and then it comes here and kind of goes up and curves back down, and then he gets that big old bulb of a nose there, right in there. And that's what I'm struggling with. So, and then it curves. See, it just seems so big. Noses are weird. And it comes down like that. And this area is in shadow, and then the nostril comes in here. This comes down. I'm right in here. That nostril comes down in here. So let's call that the nostril. And then there's this area that comes like that. Now that's a big nose, but it's expanded so I could study it. So let's put that in shadow, what I have here with mine. Let's soften those lines and see what I get. Let's put all of this in shadow in here, around there, up in here, kind of up in here. And my light is shining on it. Then this is in shadow up in here. And it's in shadow on this side of his face. And then it gets really dark in there. And the side of his face comes down like that. So we can darken all, my phone's going to slide if I don't catch it. Darken all this area here. Darken it all around the nose. Except for the face. The face kind of comes that way. Am I happy with that? I don't know. And then his eye just, it almost looks like a puppy dog eye there. It almost looks like a puppy dog eye because it's all black. I can barely see his eyeball in there. Let's see, this is still part of his face here. This right in there is still part of his face, so this might come over a little bit more. But this is all black in there. And there's some white going on there, and this is really dark in here. And then his lip, there's shadow underneath of it. Let's grab some more. What I like about these pens, I call this area where I darken it, that's almost a palette. And I can pull some of this ink and bring it down under his nose and put in some tonal values in here. That's what I like about the soluble ink when I'm drawing and sketching. Now, his face kind of comes down like so, and you see just a little bit of his lip here, right in there. And then it kind of, it's not a lady lip, but it does kind of kind of feminine in a way, kind of a little heart-shaped in there. And then it curves up again right in here. He's trying to smile. Like that, sort of like that. All right, now what do I not like about this nose? I don't know. I certainly don't have it yet. I don't have it yet, but I think it's better than that one. It's got some, if I can pull some of that up over in here. And up over on this side. And then this is all of the darkness of his eye in there. And up in here. So you just kind of have to, his other eye's off over this way. But I don't see, I kind of messed up that nose. That curve, that wonderful curve in there, I've messed it up. Kind of like that, as I've been working. And then his lip area, shading in there. And it is much darker in here, underneath. Actually, this kind of goes that way. And yeah, it's wet. I don't have it yet. I think it's a little bit better. Not perfect by any means. It's an interesting study. And sometimes I get so close to doing this that, you know, I see what I want to do and I see all my flaws, but like on these others, I'll come back to these others and go, well, that really wasn't that bad. You know, like, well, this lady, Harriet Beecher Stowe, I kind of struggled with her. And this came from that over there. Sometimes my ink. Let's go to an easier one. See if I can do better on another picture. He's a very interesting study. It's not bad. It's not a bad sketch, but if you compare it to this, I wouldn't say that it's, of course, you know, I don't have his whole head on there either. If you get his whole head on there, you know, there's his head. This is just maybe 1/3 of the whole head. You get the other 2/3 on there and it may not be that bad. But what I'm saying is when you run into areas like this where you know you need work, practice them. Like here, I didn't like that nose, so I practiced it down here. Noses are hard for me. Let's see if I can do another picture. Let's see who else is in here. I don't know who this is, because I bring them down from, if I'm looking at them in Wiki, I'm not sure who this guy is. Come on. What did I do? One item. I'm not sure who this guy is, but he's got a big nose too. And he is not looking that way. He's looking kind of this way. His head is at an angle. Let's bring it in. Oh, I'm going to have to swipe it. Let me swipe. Hold on. If I can't expand them, I swipe them. Is that the swiped one? Let me get out of my gallery. Come back in. Yeah, this is the swiped one because I can enlarge it. There. And he's got dark eyes and shadowing, but it's not as dark. I could maybe make this a little bit lighter. He's still got a black eye. Let's see, can I edit this and let's edit it and see if I can add some. Come on. Come on. Oh, I guess I have to, I want to change it a little lighter, see if I can get rid of that blackness in his eye. And that's going to make this area grayer. I'm up to 72%. Let's save that for sketching purposes. See, and I can see more of his eye in there. It's not as black. Let's sketch him because I seem to be sketching men with big noses tonight. Let's sketch him over here. I have a little phone stand, but let's see. Will my rabbit hold that from, will you hold on to him or will you slide too? You'll slide too. There. Hold on to him for me, would you? Let's see if he does. So he's at an angle. I'm going to draw his entire head. I'm not comfortable with that. Let's move this out a little. There. There. You can go back, Peter Rabbit. All right. We're going to sketch him this way. I got my light, my art light. All I see is my art light there. I'm going to turn my light so I can see better. There. That's better. All right. I see shadow here. I have a lamp that I bought to shine down this way so I don't see I'll probably see some shadow, but this way all I see is shadow of my hand. So I don't like that. But I do it this way, let's move this over a little. There. I still see shadow of my hand. It's the lighting. See how much shadow I have off of my hand here? I can hold my pen up bigger. I can see better, but all right. I can't control it as well. So here's his forehead. We're starting up there. Usually I start with the eyes for some reason or another. It just helps me. But I need to get a sense of him in here. So if I put his head, it's kind of at maybe a 3-degree angle this way. And his shoulders come in like that. What's that? Piece of paper. So let's start his eye. Big bushy eyebrows. Right in here. What time is it? I gotta watch my time. It's 20 till 9. So let's put his eyebrows, and then his eyebrow kind of little crooks right in here where the nose is. It's got kind of a little upward crook in it right there. And they're big and bushy and dark. Kind of slant down. This area is really bushy in here. And on him, I'm going to bring this in so you can see. In him, see his eyelid. You see more of his eyelid in here. And then there's the eyeball, the eye in here, and then the eyeball right in there. So this area here is kind of above the eyelid. That skin on the upper part of the eyelid in there, right in there. And it gets really dark over here. Right in there, it gets really dark. And this is all dark, kind of curvy and kind of comes down. And then we have the eyelid itself. You can barely see it. It's in shadow coming that way, but this area in here is dark. All of this area in there. And the eyeball itself is right in there. and it's dark too. And this kind of comes down. It's all dark in there. Now, do I have it? There's a great big dark spot right in there. I guess that's part of the face. All right, and then this kind of comes down. That's all in shadow. But you do see a pretty definite line in there. And then his eyeball is in there. And then this really comes down. And then there's that little crook of the, kind of comes up and down that way. And then there's shading all under here. It's kind of comes that way. Kind of comes down into a half circle there. And it's all in shadow. All of that, all of this is in shadow. But you do see definite lines in there. If I lightened it. Okay, then there's this little kind of a crook there, and there's another one off over here. Very defined in there. And it kind of comes up like so. Let's move this over. And now you see this upper skin. I wouldn't call that the eyelid. It's the area between the eyelid and the eyebrow. This part in here and in there. You see it more over here. So this eye kind of got to make sure that I'm doing it at an angle. My glasses, I have to say, in the last year, I've worn glasses. The other years I wore them, but I only wore them when I read and sometimes when I draw. But these glasses, I'm still getting used to bifocals. Okay, his eyebrow is big and bushy. He's got this little, and the glasses keep riding down my nose. My nose doesn't have anything for it to not slide off of. All right, now this actually does meet the top of that right in there. If you look at it, it's about on the same plane. So I could come up just a teeny bit higher on that. And then down this way. And then there's kind of a light area in there. And his eye kind of starts. That's what, see, I tend to want to make the eyes large. And I tend to want to emphasize the eyes. But the eyes really are not very large features of a face. But I tend to want to make them larger than they are. It's just a matter of studying it. All right, so it kind of comes like that, and I do a lot of sketching. I do a lot of sketching just to get the placement and it shows in my work, but that's okay. All right, and now his nose, this face is all in shadow in here. This side of his face. See that shadow comes right down along under his chin? The light source is coming from this direction. It's hitting this side of the face, which makes his nose area there, his side of his face is almost all in light. And then this is all in shadow. Let's finish his eye here. Kind of comes down. Eyeball is not quite that big. And I suppose if I zoom way in, I don't see much of the eyeball in here. It's all pretty dark. We'll get a little light in there. Now this area in here is dark, all dark in there, kind of going up that way, coming down, and dark around in there, kind of coming down like that, dark there, and then this big old eyebrow. All right, so let's kind of put some shadowing. It's almost a straight line in there, almost. Let's put some light shadowing in there. But how much? Not a whole lot before you get to his nose. There's not much space in there. And the nose is what scares me. All right, the nose from there to there, so from here to here. So I need to move this over just a tad bit. And it comes down and comes up. And then sort of like that. And there's shadow in here. Shadow, shadow, shadow. Sketchy lines. But there's not a whole lot of space in there. So this is pretty narrow in there. And then it comes up. But his face is at an angle, so this has to kind of come down at an angle. And now he doesn't have all the lines that Robert Frost had on him, but I do see shadow in there. Let's come up with the forehead. And actually it's at an angle, and I'm tending to want to make it straight. It's kind of, he's at an angle. Ignore that. Kind of comes like that. Like that. Up, up, up. Not a big angle, but I think it's a little more poofy than I have it. Let's bring it in a little. The head this way. Off over. No, more over this way. And then his ear is lower than that eyebrow. So the ear comes down. This is all hair. But see how thin that is up in there, and then it gets poofy again? Sort of like that. And that comes, and he's got just a little, he's going bald, I think. He's got just a little hair coming on over this way. And let's, I don't quite have him the way I want him. I'm trying to get his head angled. I'm not sure I have it. I'm trying. Down this way. Let's put his mustache in. That might help. This mustache comes like so. And comes down this way. Do you guys ever watch those YouTube videos of the guy who's on a bus and he's always drawing a portrait of a passenger on the bus? And I'm just going, how did he get that so perfect? It looked just like him in, what, 20 minutes? And I sit here and study a sketch. That's talent, I guess, if that's true to life, if he's not fooling us. All right, his hair is pretty thin. And it comes up around his head. And then there's another, I guess you could call them street artists. Well, she'll do caricatures, and then they look at it and they all laugh. Now, his neck, let's see, you don't see much. This is all in white. But his ear ends just about where his nose is, only at an angle out here. His ear, I don't think I have his ear right. I don't have this side right. His neck has to come out a little. And this is, you don't see much of this. His face, because that's all in white there. That's all light. But it comes down like that. And then, let's see, I was putting in his mustache. This is all mustache in here. And it's not a big mustache. It kind of covers the lips, and that's about it. Covers the upper lip, and the lower lip is just a shadow in here. But now this whole side of the face is in shadow, so let's just do that. Let's put some lines in there, and all up in here. It's all in shadow. And then his chin. Let's see, let's make this a little darker for the lower lip. And his chin. He's got kind of a cleft chin there. You can see a definite dent in his chin there. Definite divot, if you could call it that, in there. And then his lip kind of comes at a, and then this gets really dark in here. And of course, this is all dark. It's all pretty dark. And this is all pretty light. And you can see just a little bit of his ear here, just a little bit. And then there's not much neck area in here. This comes down and around like so. And then his shirt. The shirt collar comes down and around like that. And it looks like he might have suspenders on in there, and a little bit of his shirt going off that way. Oh, a lot of his shirt. I guess it's not suspenders, it's just shadowing. And the other collar kind of comes out this way. It's a big wide collar over this way. And then he's got all this folds in his jacket. It looks like the shirt is a buttoned shirt. Comes down like so. And there's a shadowing going on in here. And it comes down like, I can't see what's going on in there. I'm going to leave that. And then he's got, I can't see what's going on in there either. Come on. Let's see, does this say who it is? Let's go back to the gallery here. See if the original said who it was. Was it this one? Yeah. No. I don't have the original. I don't know who I'm drawing here. I did not make a note And I don't think I have, because I go into all my Christmas photos here. So let me go back to my recent ones here. My screen print right there. I don't know who I'm drawing. But whoever he is, I got him off a wiki. Because I thought he had an interesting face. Now, the ear you just, yeah, kind of comes like that. And you just see a little bit of the shadowing in here. And a little bit of the shadowing going on in here. Like that. And that's about all you see of it. And then you see all the dark. And I tend to use a lot of ink. I use up these ink pens pretty fast. Because of, and I just scribble. And then I'll get it wet. And I call this an illustrative style. This is not, I just kind of fill in the dark areas here just by going different directions. I don't do it clear across, but enough, and maybe down in here, down in there. I'll do this guy, then I'll move on to something else. But I want to start sketching more, because the more you sketch and the more you talk yourself through, the better you'll get. There's this more shadow going on down in here. We'll put this shadow in here. He's got kind of a chin going on in here, and a neckline. Kind of comes up. And he's also got a very defined cheek line in there that don't have in there. Very defined cheek line going on in here. It kind of goes clear on up on the side of this face. I mean, you could sit here for hours just studying the shadows on his face. And I'm afraid to do too much to the nose, because I mess up noses. Let's give him some more hair in here. And this is really dark in here. And when I wet it, it will all blend in. I call this an illustrative style, especially when I put in all this, because it's not really true cross-hatching. I'm going different directions, but a true crosshatch would be much neater, much more defined. I am going different directions in a crosshatch style, but it's really a scribbly crosshatch in here. In the background, just to get ink on the page from my pen onto the paper. And then I'm kind of happy with that. Now I'm going to take my brush in the water and look what happens. This just fascinates me when I do this, because it really makes it pop. It really makes it pop, doesn't it? And we can bring it out here and put the tonal values up there to make it. Now, we know that this side of the face is all in shadow, so let's just put some shadowing in there. And that's what I like about this ink, these pens, because they're water soluble and you can really do a lot with them. He's got that cleft there on his lip. And he's got the angle of his chin going on in there. And he's got darkness underneath of his eye. It's all dark in there. I don't want to get it too dark. And there's not as much darkness over on this eye, but there is some underneath of here, kind of going up that way, a little on the lid, and then his eyebrow itself. And there's just a little in there. No, his ear. Yeah. Now, I think I did much better on this one. He's not perfect by any means. He's not perfect, but I think I did much better on him than I did on this one, although this one isn't bad. Now that it's dried and I studied that nose, I need to study his nose more. I really got a bump on it there. Yeah. Blot that a little. And let's add some shadowing coming down this way. And there is shadow here, but that light is light source is kind of coming like this. And so what's off over here is kind of in shadow in there. But I'm not going to put that in there. In fact, I'm just about done here, I think, as far as a sketch. I'm just about done. Just about done. I think I'll leave him alone. So I'm just going to put sketch of a man. I don't know who it is. Sketch of a man. And then I'm going to put reference photo from Wiki, because I don't know who it is. Unknown man. Unknown. Unknown to me. To me. Man. M-A-N. Reference photo from Wiki. Because I forgot, I should write, when I bring that stuff down, I should make note of who they are so that I could say, those other people, I know who they are. Now, I think I have this ear a little curvier than what it is, but there are things in there. After you draw, not that you're criticizing yourself or tearing yourself down, but after you draw something like this, it doesn't hurt to go back and say, this is where I need to improve. This is what I struggled with. This is what I like about it. You know, not all your art is going to be masterpiece. Not all this. In fact, this whole area in here is in shadow. His whole shirt on this side is in shadow. But it doesn't hurt to go back and say, this is what I like about it. This is where I need to work more. And yeah. And you're not criticizing yourself, you're critiquing, and it's a good thing to I say it this way. I'll take criticism from me to me, much better than taking criticism from somebody else to me. You know, if I'd figured it out myself, you could sit there and say, Meri, this isn't right, or that isn't right, or you need to do this, and I might agree with you and I might not. And but if I sit there and say to myself, oh, Meri, I need to work on the nose, then you know, I've told myself that, and I seem to accept my own criticism from me to me rather from you to me or somebody else to me. I'm pretty happy with that sketch. I'm not unhappy with Robert Frost now that I go back and look at him, but I certainly need to study him more, and I probably will. Let's date this. January 7th, 2024. And study of Robert Frost. I'll go, that's Robert Frost. Study of Robert Frost, reference photo from Wiki, because that's where I get these. Either that or Unsplash. The Wiki people usually are famous enough to be in Wiki. I know who they are, but I forgot who he was. Let me get rid of my phone here. Reference photo from Wiki. Did I sign this? From Wiki, January 7th, 2024. And I just write, study, then I just sign it down here. And he needs more work. And I could do him again and he'd look completely different, but I'm not unhappy with him. I'm pretty happy with this guy. So there's my big sketch. I'm going to do more of this, but when I do it, I tend to get into my own world here, and you don't see much of me until I'm done. So let's close this up, and I'm going to have to mend this book because it's starting to tear apart, and I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. I suppose just something right in there, but some gaffer tape. I'll have to find out where my gaffer tape is. So what time is it? Let me come out and look at chat. Let's get Penelope out here. Let's throw this water away. I'm going to keep the cup because it's not dirty. It's just little. Keep that cup for watercolor. Put my Play-Doh packages back up here. Oh, we could do that. I don't know how. This little piece of Play-Doh, it's red, and I scrunched it in. Where did I put it? Oh, it's not here. I scrunched it in that little advent calendar that had chocolates in it. I'm going to do more of that, but not tonight because I have to find what I did with the plastic thing. We could do a Play-Doh scissors. Should we do a Play-Doh scissors? Because I got plenty of Play-Doh and it needs to be used up. Let's see how. This is pretty fresh yet. I need to use this stuff. I need to use it or I'm going to lose it. Let's press this in here and see if I can get a scissors. And it may not come out after I'm done. I think if you put cornstarch in here, but I was able to get that other one out. But this is much bigger. And they come down that way. I was going to come out and talk to you, and then I got the cleaning, and then I got sidetracked. See? Play-Doh scissors. Why do you want to do that, Meri? Oh, just because. Get it pressed in there. I'm afraid I won't be able to get this out, but if I don't, it's no loss because I've had this for a couple years, and they sit over there, and I use the containers for like what I did tonight, or like if I need to draw around the base or what. I don't use the Play-Doh that much, and it probably will crack on me when it dries. But we'll see what I get. Now, it divides right in here. Right in. You can't see it too well. There's a little division in there. I'll be out in a minute. Oh, dear me. So what have I done tonight? I sketched, and I did that Boro fabric, and it is 9:12. I'm only going to go until 10 o'clock. So I got a few more minutes. I want to come out and chat, but let me do this, because I'm really curious to see if I'm going to be able to get this out. Now, they come way down into here. I don't know. There's kind of a divot in there. That's part of the handle or not. I'm going to see how this dries. I'm really curious to know if I'm going to get this out again, because I think I can just by going like that, but I was able to get that little red square out. And of course, you probably wouldn't want to do a big scissors like this for your art, but this just, you know, they have those, they make these plastic molds around keys and buttons and stuff like that. Besides, I'm a kid at heart. This is something a kid would do, right? This is how you learn what works and what doesn't. Now, this in here, there's a real thin line in there. I'm surprised at this Play-Doh. I mean, I've had it for a couple years, and it's still nice and pliable. Even in these little containers, have kept it really nice. Gotta separate these. Needs a little bit more in there. I guess I need a, let's get this. I'm not sure how far down that goes. Use my imagination, I guess. And this looks pretty rough. And it'll be rough on the back, but I think if it comes out, it's pretty smooth in here. And it comes down to there. Comes down to here. We will find out, she said. Now, the scissored blades come down this way. How does that look? It looks pretty good. This area is not so great. Why do you want to do this, Meri? Because, just because. This is a just because project. First of all, I want to see if I can pop it out when it's dry. Scissors are kind of a big piece. And I'm having trouble getting this even in the center there. Not too bad. Let's do some yellow for the blades. This is kind of a teal green color. My white all dried up. I threw it away last night or the last time, but the rest of it is, I didn't have the lid on it good. The rest of it's pretty good. What do you think's going to happen? It's all going to crumble when I take it apart after it dries? It could. Comes down, way down to a point, down to there. That doesn't look too good. How does it look here? Not too bad. Oh, it doesn't come way down. It comes down to there. Down to there. Probably have too much on it. I don't know. This area. In there. That's how the scissors look. That's the shape of the case. Now, they're not too flat here. And that's going to bend them out of shape. So I might have to trim that all off. Well, not too bad. Up in here. Take some of this off. It'll be interesting to see it when it dries. Now I've got thin right there. I'm gonna put some yellow on it because I have yellow out. It's the back of it. It won't show on the front. It's just too thin in there. Oh, let's put some green on top of that. I'll make a little sandwich there. Nobody will know that the yellow is there, but you and me. There we go. Oh, it's peeking out a little. Alrighty, I'm going to see how that dries and see if I can pull them out when it's all dry. See if I can pop them out. I think you're supposed to put cornstarch in there or some sort of a powder when you do this. But cornstarch would stick to the Play-Doh. We're going to see what happens with those. Just because I'm curious. Curious Meri. And of course, it'll probably crack. That's an awful lot. That's not just one little square. I'm expecting Play-Doh to crack when it dries. I'm not expecting it to be perfect. I don't mind it if it's not perfect. Now let's fix this again. I got it. I messed it up in there. It comes out to right here. It's got that little knobby knob there. You know, on the scissors. Where are my scissors? I don't think these are the ones, but you know, they have a little. I don't have them out. They have a little knob like this. Right there. What scissors those are. On this one, the knob's right there. Are those the scissors I glued shut? I don't know. That might be the scissors that I glued shut. No. I'm hard on my tools. Very hard on my tools. I should be more appreciative of what I have. Let's get this cleaned up. I had it and then I was going to put some more. Let's put this away. I'm really happy with how airtight these little containers are. There's a little divot. Where's that little divot? Right? Right up in here. A little. If I can get it. I don't know if I can get it. It's a little divot in there. No, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. We'll see how it dries. I'll leave this till Tuesday morning and see how dry it is on Tuesday morning. It's just an experiment. All right. Oh, Mary. Looks like a pair of scissors. Put these away. Let me come out and see what's going on in chat. It is 9:30. Legia says she's calling it a night too. I have work tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Good night, Legia. Mary, this was a fascinating stream, and I love your portrait sketch book a lot. Thank you, Legia. They're saying good night to Legia. Paula says, when it dries, perhaps it'll pop out easily. I'm hoping that it will. I'm hoping that. Now, I was able to get this little red square out pretty easy, but it's a smaller piece, and it's not cracked. It's not cracked, and it's pretty dry. I did this the other morning, and I can't really see. I can kind of see the impression, I suppose, if I rubbed something on there. I will later. Oh, let's turn it this way so it'll dry, air dry. All right, let's see. Legia, Jen says, some come out okay and others not. Paula says, it is so encouraging to see an artist using a pen. I have to do art. Not a super fancy, expensive pen. No, well, the pen that I used was an S-Gel pen. You get about 5 of them in a package for about $6, so they're about $1 a piece, which is not bad. But I will say, if you're going to sketch with it and want it to do the tonal values, be water soluble, get the bold ones. You might have to order them. I know on the shelf, you can find them retail, but you usually find medium and fine point. And the ink does not flow out as nice on those as you do the bold ones. So I like to sketch. The bold is a 10, 1-0 on the package. So look for the bold ones if you want to sketch and make it water soluble like I did. And it also helps. It depends on what kind of paper you're using. This paper took the ink really well. Vellum coated paper will work well, but some papers just drink the ink. The paper will not allow the ink to spread. It drinks it. It just soaks right in. So it's a combination of what type of pen you're using and the type of substrate that you have. You just kind of have to experiment with all of that. But I found that the bold S-Gel pens work really nice for if you want water-soluble ink from ink pens. Your Sharpie pens, your felt tip pens are permanent ink, and you can make those soluble, but you have to use alcohol. And when you use alcohol, it dries real fast. Your alcohol, you put it on there, and 5 or 6 seconds, 10 seconds later, your alcohol has already dried. So using water-soluble ink pens to sketch with in this type of work works really nice for me. Now, when I'm out watercoloring, I tend to use more of a permanent pen, because depending what I'm doing, because my ink will blend with my watercolor. And you can use that like a black watercolor, put some water-soluble ink on there and mix it with your watercolor, but you're controlling it. But if you tend to draw with a pen like this and then use your watercolor, you have to expect your ink lines to be water-soluble, to float into your watercolor. Paula says, I may save this and go back and do the same thing. She's good at describing what she does. Thank you, Paula. Let's see. Becky said she had to say goodnight. Jen says, I was having fun drawing these people with you, Mary, kind of like you're teaching a class. This is fun. Oh, Kitty Jen, I'd love to see what you do. Post it on Facebook. In either Beth's group. I don't have a group anymore. Either on your page or on Facebook or Instagram, wherever you post it. I'd like to see what you do. We'll have to do that, Jen. I'll have to get out a drawing that's not too hard, and I'll announce it. I'll say, come draw with me, and we'll pick a picture, and we'll do different styles. We'll do line art. We'll do close-ups of maybe the eyes. That's a good idea. Now you got me going, Jen. Let's see. What else is going on here? Paula. Allie K came in. Hi, Allie. I missed you when you came in. I don't know who that one guy on the side was. Robert Frost. I kind of struggled with my Robert Frost. This other guy that I did, which I actually did a better sketch of, the second one, I don't know who he is. Janet left. Janet saying good night. Kitty Jen, Paula, Legia. I think I've caught up with everybody. I want to do one more thing. I've got about a half an hour. This was impromptu. We're going to see. We'll check this Tuesday morning. I'm going to put it over to the side here. I want to do, and I might send the rest of you home too doing this. I want to do some stitching on my scroll. I want to do some stitching on my scroll. I have all this scrap fabric here. I have all of this. Not this. This is, I'm going to try to make that twisted fabric twine. And that's my learning piece. I haven't figured that out yet. But let's pull out, how many pins did I have in there? Let's put this aside so I don't break it. This is my stitch scroll. And I'm still stitching the trim on here. I'm not going to do that tonight. I want to put some pieces on. Let's see. I'm going to not work on this piece. This I'll put back on, but I have to get it off to get to this piece. This piece doesn't have anything on it on the first. I did both the front and the back. So I'm right here working on it. But we're not going to work on those. We're going to work up here on these. And I think I want to take, I have more in here. Let's get this off my desk. I don't want to lose that. Let's see what I have in here. Come on. See, I want to put some applique or ribbon. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? I could put that over here. Or I could just snip off pieces and put it that way. But I have some little pieces here too. Applique. Like, that's my batik. Let's put this piece. See, that's it. You put these on, you go, now where am I going to cover up? This is just a plain fabric. Let's put this here. Just like that. And what color thread? I have gold thread. I thought I had some white. I've got white, but it's more of a string. Let's use this gold. Because it's a light color. It'll still show some, but... And then I'm going to use... I've been using these needles in my Boral fabric. They're Peacemaker needles. They're a tapestry needle, size 24, but the eye is big enough for me to see through, and I keep that needle over in here. Put my scissors away. I don't know what I did with those little ones. I better find them again. Oh, I think I put them back in the box. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Some of these pins I have out are, let's see if this will go through it. Yeah, it will. They are, I use them in glossy accent and glue and stuff, and so they're really hard to put through some of this fabric. And then I kind of swipe at them before I put them back in there, but they're still... There. I just want to do a little bit of slow stitching here. And then I will have accomplished everything that I set out to do tonight. Plus I did that pair of scissors. And I can't get this thread off of the spool. Let's use this one instead. It's ready to go. I have to sometimes, when they're new spools, I have to work at getting the thread started. And I can see the eye of these needles. Now I double my thread. On something like this, you may not need to, but I do double my thread so my stitches show. On this, you may not want your stitches to show, but where's the end of this? And these scissors are not really for fabric. I'll hardly cut the thread. You really don't want to use the scissors that you use for sewing for your paperwork. I mix it all up and I pay for it. All right. And yeah, I run it between my lips. Now, since this is on both sides, there's a white eyelet on that side. I'm going to try to go in between the fabric here and let my thread hide in there. And I'm going to start down here, kind of the middle bottom. And I'm going to try to do that basting stitch that in our Borrow journal. But I don't know if you can see that thread is coming from here to there. And I'm going to hide the end of it in between my layers. And this is going to flop down while I'm stitching, but okay. So I just pull it up until I see it's hiding. It's still coming. Right about there. And then I'll take a little stitch in here, trying not to go through both layers. And then I'll loop a little back stitch in there. But this is where I have to be careful, because this thread for me, it doesn't matter what thread it is, I can tangle it. I can tangle it pretty easy. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of get my thread around my thumb there, and as I'm pulling, sometimes that keeps my threads separate. But if I go too fast on some of this stuff, I can tangle it really good. Now I'm going to go through that little loop to make my little knot. And once I get that done, then I'm sailing, but let's make my knot here. And I'm so far away, you guys probably are not seeing that. Let me zoom in. I got about 20 minutes to work on this. I don't have to go right at 10, but usually around 10 I leave. There. Is that a little better? Can you see it a little better? Penelope, we're going to put you back over here where you won't fall off of the cliff. She says, thank you. This is a pretty applique. Now, what you do for the hidden base stitch is you take a long stitch on the back. Well, I'm not going clear through the fabric, but I'm still going to try to take a long stitch. I don't know. You take a short stitch on the front. So I got that little knot in there. So I'm just going to kind of go in about where I'm at. And I'm in between. You see, I don't see my needle. The needle is hidden in there. And you take a long stitch in the back. So I'm coming from here to there. And bring your thread. Of course, it gets caught on everything. Caught on that needle. There. So I've got a stitch there where I made the knot, and I'm just going to leave that, and then I'm going to take another little tiny stitch there, and I'm only going through one layer, that green layer of fabric, and I'm taking a long stitch from here to here. And you just, that's how you do that hidden base stitch. Now this is going to show a little. My thread tends to get caught on these needles. Penelope, where did I put you? She said, I'm over here, Mary. Let's see if those yellow-headed needles are any sharper. And I'll push that all the way in, so thread 10. I don't know why it finds it, just like it's a magnet to hanging stuff, that anything it can grab onto. So I'm just pulling that, and sometimes I have to work to get a clean stitch in there, make sure both of my, so I got a little stitch there and you can hardly see it. You can see this one pretty good, but those over there are hidden. I learned that from Catherine at K3N Cloth Tales, how to do that hidden basting stitch. And I'm just using it to tack down. See, I'm not going through the white on the back. And you can sit here for hours and do this stuff, but I tend to twist my thread, and this is the part that ties me up because, yeah, it tends to want to go its own way, but you don't see those stitches. Well, I suppose if you magnified them, you could see them in there, but they're pretty well hiding. And I'll just do this one applique because it's getting late. I've had a lot of fun tonight. I want to thank those of you who came in. And Kitty Jen, if you're still here, I'd love to know what Dee Dee's writing prompts are. Could you send me what you have? And maybe what week they are, if you know. Because she gives them on Monday, and I don't see where she's, or tell me if she's reposting them someplace. I would love to know what her writing prompts are. I guess I could go find my own writing prompts, but it would be more fun to do Dee Dee's. Okay, I'm going from here way up to there. She says, yes, Mary, thank you, Kitty Jen. I would sure appreciate it. Because I don't get to Dee Dee's on Monday. I try to go to her on Wednesday, but I haven't been too faithful at that even. I want to watch Janet Nash on Monday and Dee Dee on Wednesdays. And I think I asked Dee Dee if she posted on her community tab, and she says the community tab, I post book lists for books. So I think what she was telling me was, only the books on my community tab, Mary. All right, so I'm way up here, so I'm going to do another tiny little stitch. And I'm going almost to the point to where I came out, not quite. And then go back in, and this is easier than I thought. I thought it might be hard. Now you'll see the running stitches around here, but you don't see those little basting stitches. The running stitches here I have showing that when I put these down. But that's before I learned about the hidden base stitch. So on the rest of this, I may hide my stitches and not have running stitches. Or I may complete this one with running stitches and then when I do another one, hide it. Because that's new, a new technique to me. All right, now I can take this pin out and give it back to, it's got some glue on it too. I tend to put them in my glossy accent and glue, and they get gummy. But I can still use them in paper, but fabric is a little bit harder. So just a tiny little stitch and a long stitch. And I don't have this completely off the roll yet, so my glasses are sliding down my nose. So this is what you do on these stitch scrolls, is you put scraps on them. Well, it wants to come out right there, so I'll let it. It's not very long. It's right here. I need to pull it off more. Need to face it the other way. It's easier than I thought to get between these fabric pieces. It's not hard at all. I thought it would be hard to get my needle in between the fabric layers, but it's working pretty good. I should just take this off. It's big and clunky. I need to turn this piece. Now I got it. My needle all mixed up in there. See where I'm at, right? Right there. I don't want to come up in the middle of that thread. That's where it's wanting to go. There. Now see, I tend to want to leave loops in there too, and that's what I'm working at, is getting those threads. And see, it's tending to want to leave a loop. My thread gets uneven. Come on. And I'm pulling at it pretty tight, but then I have to, you don't want to gather it. Kind of make it fit. And I think I took care of my loop. And the loop happens when your threads, when you have a double thread and one thread gets longer than the other. And I tend to take and smooth out my needle here to fix that. Okay, now I'm right in here, so I'm going to take a little stitch and come down to this point. And a little stitch. I'm almost to the bottom where I started. And it's 9:51. That went pretty fast. Maybe I'll find another piece and at least pin it on. I don't know if I'll get it sewed on. And this, the thing about slow stitching and doing this is you don't have to worry about being perfect. And, you know, most of the time, well, you're using your fabric scraps. But what I like about it is I don't worry about perfection. I don't worry about frayed edges. I don't worry about, oh, I've got a tear in my fabric. Or now to hide this, I make another little knot, just a teeny little knot, a teeny one, just one. Whoops. One little knot in there. And that, because it's not, it'll show up a lot more than the other stitches because you've made a knot. And if you didn't want to worry about the back, you could just knot it on the back. But I knotted it here on the front. And then I'm going to take my needle and put it back through the center of the fabrics. And I'm going to bring it way down about an inch or so. And pull it through the center of those two fabrics from here to here. And clip it off with my dull scissors. These are not the ones I use for sewing. And I can put this back. I can still use some on this. I'll just put it back in my needle case. I'll put it on this back sheet here. It helps me remember where I put it. And these are gold needles. These others, I think they're kind of tarnishing my, and I don't know, I was thinking, is there a way to clean that cotton batting? I'm going to pull all the needles out, and if I can't get it cleaned, I'm going to cut a piece of fabric or even maybe another piece of batting and just stitch around this way on it. I'm wondering if I can take an alcohol pad and just swipe at it to kind of clean my needles. These needles aren't, they're tarnishing the fabric here. But I guess that's what happens when you use them. Those gold needles, these are peacemaker needles. They're a little bit cleaner needle. They're not expensive either. $2.25. I don't know how long I've had them. It says "so what" on there. SEW what? All right. So I was going to see, I've got a few minutes here where I could put something else. I have this beautiful blue lace that I snipped off of what Joyce sent me. Isn't that beautiful? I could put that on here someplace. I could put it right up here at the top. Or, you know, you just have to find, a good place. It might go, now I don't have this stitched down yet, but it might go good down here, so it might show up better on a piece that's white underneath. I think down in here. And this piece, I'm gonna put this on here, but this is not stitched yet. See, I have a needle in there that I was using to hold it. So that's where that piece might go. I might change my mind. But see, I've got all sorts of stuff in here, and I just keep accumulating it. This could really come out and go into the box that I have. Here are some, now these are Sewology needles. These are yarn darners. They're, if you want to go through upholstery or something. And I think I'll take this out and put it in the box by itself and just put on, and you know, I've got appliques. I've got all sorts of, here's some cotton ribbon. It looks like somebody made it's a velvety ribbon, I guess. It's not cotton, it's a velvety ribbon. And what else? I've got all of this scrap fabric from tonight. Piece of tatting. This is my own tatting here that I want to put on there. And let's put this back on the scroll. And I do this, I'll take it off and put it on, take it off, put it on. This piece I still need to put I still am working on putting the little fabric squares on it. And right now I'm doing just little fabric squares. I might revert and do other things rather than squares or little square pieces. They're not totally square. Let me do it this way. Let me get it like this, and I just roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it. But I have to get it positioned right for it to roll. And I got a needle in there, and that needle just rolls right up with it. It kind of makes it a little oblong in there, but it's right there, right here. And I just roll it up in there. It makes it a little, you know, it's there, but it doesn't hurt it. And then I'll put a pin in it. Let's put it this way. This is my batik fabric again. I had a piece of that batik that I did. And then this is the one that I can't decide whether I want to cover this all back up. See, this is me learning. Or if I want to continue doing stitch samples on the back. I'm still deciding what I want to do, or if I just want to take a big long piece and put down it. I haven't decided. I think it'd be fun to do a little sampler, but I'm still deciding on that. So let's pin this one on here. I don't really need to pin it here, but I'm going to. And just leave the little heads in there and roll it around the heads. It leaves a little space, but that's okay. It looks like that's the end of my trim there. Let's get this off over here. And I just roll it up on there. So I'm still working on these. When I feel like it, like tonight, I felt like doing that. This in here is tatting, and there's a button, and little fabric bows. Just whatever scrap you have around. There's a little flower, button, a bead. One of my tatted butterflies. Some ribbon trim in there. And we'll put another pin in here. There we go. So that was fun. Now this, I think I'll put this on this roll too, the one I just rolled up, but it'll come later. And this goes in my December daily. Here's a fabric scrap. These, what did I do with them all? Did I throw them up here? I had more. Well, we'll put them in here. Oh, they're over here. If you put them in neatly, you can get them all in there. If you scrunch them up, like what I'm doing now. Little. And I don't know about these cotton ones. We'll decide later. Here's some salvage pieces off of the end of some fabric. This came from my December daily. Another salvage piece. and my needles. And we're going to put this gold thread in there. Where's that blue one I was using? We'll put that in there. Where? Oh, there's red thread there. I'll put it right there. Maybe I can get that on there. Here's. Did I get it all? I think I did. And then this box is deep enough that, you know, it's okay. So I'm going to put that back over there. There's my other little scissors. I'm going to put this over here. What time is it? It's 10:02. Well, you know what I wanted to do before I leave tonight? I'm going to take this and make some snow. So I'll run a little over 10 tonight, but let's do that real quick. I'm going to snip some little snow pieces off because I want to make a fairy dust ribbon like Janet Nash. She so inspired me when she did that. And you hand stitch that too, because especially if you have larger pieces in there. But I'm calling this snow, and this is going to be ribbon I'm going to put in my December daily. It won't take me long to do this. Won't take me long, folks. I want to thank you for coming in. Tomorrow's Monday. Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 in the morning, and Janet Nash comes on at 8:30 Eastern. Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. Janet Young comes on I want to say 1 Eastern. I'm going to have to make sure I get her time right. Janet Young is doing the scavenger hunt. Everybody's doing Janet's scavenger hunt. So that's the big thing on her channel. Lisa Conway, I don't know if she's going to stream tomorrow. They had a streamathon this weekend. She might be wiped out. And when they stream, they stream on both their channels, so they have to be on pretty constant. So, on our streamathons, you stream on your own channel. You don't go to somebody else's channel to stream. That's just the way they do it. But they have to be, when they do that many hours, you know, that can wipe you out. That can wipe you out. And don't forget, Raul Reynolds is doing a Valentine video collab. It's not a swap, but it's for zines. It's a Valentine zine. And it's 15 minutes. It's a premiere. Premieres are your videos that you set ahead of time, and then you can go in and chat with whoever's watching at the time. And they're 15 minutes. And you can do, if you're interested in doing that, if you happen to be out there listening to this, get in touch with Raul, because you can do up to 3 15-minute segments. And I'm looking forward to it. It's February 7th. It's not on Valentine's Days. It's a week before Valentine's Day. So, and I think it's on a Wednesday. I'm not sure, but I think it's on a Wednesday. I think I checked. And I'm just cutting these into, because I'm going to mix them up in there. I'm just cutting them into a little. I got this inspiration for doing this from Janet Nash. She always inspires me. Janet is always doing something interesting. Can't keep up with all of her ideas, her inspirations. She's just doing very interesting channel. Janet Nash's doing very interesting things. Well, she did this fairy dust. I think that's what she called it. A fairy dust ribbon, where she cuts all these little pieces up, and then she'll put them in between mesh ribbon fabric. I got mine over over here, I'm going to use gold. And of course, it's all going to fall because I'm pulling it out from the bottom like you would a tablecloth. Let me pull on it here. And let me just get one layer out so you can see one layer. One layer like this. And see, that will show in there. And mine's gold, and it's got embroidery on here. It's kind of flocked. And I think that'll make a pretty ribbon for it'll probably just go down the border of one page, and you hand stitch it. But I have more of this. And I don't know, I might make more just from scraps as I move along here. I'm just about done here. I just wanted to get this done. So I think Lisa Conway comes on at 1:30. That's where I left off, at 1:30. Barb Owen comes on tomorrow, I think at 6 p.m. Eastern, and I think Art Junkie comes on tomorrow. Let me check. Art Junkie comes on, no, Friday, Wednesday, and Saturday. She doesn't come on Mondays. But Barb Owen comes on Monday evening at 6 p.m. Stacy Catitude comes on at 10 a.m. Eastern every day. Who am I missing? I think I got everybody. Mondays are pretty busy days. Mondays and Tuesdays are pretty busy days. Wednesdays for me are a little slower. Of course, Tuesday and Thursdays for me, I stream in the morning. So let me cut this up and then I'll be done. You can blame Janet Nash for this playfulness here. See, it's 6 hours ahead of time. It's 10 o'clock here, 11:12. It's probably about 4 o'clock in the morning over where she's at. And, 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be 6 hours. So she's probably sound asleep. So she can't hear me say blame Janet Nash for this inspiration. But she does listen to a lot of the replays, but I don't know if she listens clear to the end. I'm not sure how she... And that's it. If you want to watch the replay, if you're out there listening to me chatter, if you want to watch a replay, don't feel guilty about not watching every minute of it. Take that little scroll screen, and I'm sure most of you probably do, but walk through the video, see what's going on. Maybe you'll catch something interesting I say and stop and watch a few minutes of it and then move on down the line. That's how I watch those longer replays, because usually I don't have the time to sit for 4 hours unless I'm sitting here doing art or something, but I haven't been doing much of that. All right, this all goes in here and it's going to get mixed up in there. So let me put it in there and shake it. Maybe it'll mix up a little. Let me close the bag and just kind of hopefully shake it up. I might have to get my stick in there and move it around a little. My paintbrush, because it's sticking to each other. Want to stir it up. The snow is drifting. I want snowflakes. I was listening to our minister today, and he said, go out in your yard when it snows tomorrow and look around and look at look at a drift of snow that's on your sidewalk and think about how many snowflakes are on there. Then look down the street and around town and think how many snowflakes are there. And then look at the countryside. Well, this isn't mixing up very good. It's wanting to clump. It's wanting to drift. I want it to clump in there. Then he said, think about the whole state being covered with snow. How many snowflakes do you think there'll be? Of course, I'm just going, well, it's innumerable. We probably don't have a number high enough for each and every little snowflake. And he says, now, just remember that every snowflake is different. And then he said, what a remarkable God we have. He talked a lot about God's creativity in his sermon this morning. I'm just sharing. I love it when they talk about how creative God is because, well, you know, God's inspiring. But somehow my snow is drifting here. It's drifting into clumps. I want it mixed up in there. Well, here, that isn't working so good. Let's get my fingers in there and see if I can mix it up this way. Oh, maybe not. It's clumping. Maybe I shouldn't have put it in all at once. My snow is drifted. It's because it's cotton batting, it's clinging on to each other. I guess I'm going to have to use cotton fabric. The batting's pretty. Now I'm going to have to put all these back. The batting is pretty, but it's clumping together. So I'm going to have to use some cotton fabric I don't think will tend to clump together as much. Come on, get in there. Get down in there. See, look, all of these down there. I want you to get down in there. Mix with each other. Mix and mingle. I want you to mix and mingle. Oh, this is harder than clipping it. I suppose when I spread it out on the ribbon, I can distribute the snow a little bit better. You see, it's tended to clump up. A lot of trouble that was to clip all those, and they're all clumping together. Come on, look at all these beads down here. Get down in there. Tell them you're here. And it says, yeah. Get down in there. All right, let's just put that in there. Now, I need a piece of paper. But that's the idea. I'm going to try it with some cotton fabric and see if it won't spread around a little bit more. This wool, this cotton batting tends to clump up to each other. It says, oh, friends, get down in there. And I don't want to go down by myself. Get down in there. Show them what you're made of. Get in there. He says, there's no room for me down there. All right, that's all clumped up. All right, I'm not going to struggle with it anymore. It snowballs. I'll try some cotton fabric. All right, it is 10:16. I'm done playing with that. What am I going to put up for my... What did I do tonight? Or I could put my sketch man out. Let's put the second man. I have to get him. Hold on. This big old book. We'll use him for my... We'll use him. I'll have to zoom out. Ouch. Yep. We'll use this guy for my thumbnail. I don't know who he is, but he's going to be my thumbnail. I want to thank you all for coming. Have a great week next week. I will stream again Tuesday morning at 4:30 in the morning. Did Becky come back in? Mary, I would love that too, Paula says. I'm not sure what I'm saying. Oh, Katia. Hi, Katia. Katia says, hi, Mary and everyone. I look like I always come in late. Katia is a tatter. She's in the online tatting group. And I think we have our first class of 2024 coming up Tuesday. I am so looking forward to it. Mary, I would love that too, Paula says. I'm not sure what they're saying. Good pen tips, Mary. Thank you. Oh, about the ink pens, I think they're saying. Watching and learning. There's Miriam. Hi, Miriam. Art Curious by MNW, Miriam. Welcome, welcome in. Thanks for popping in. Most everybody's gone to bed. Paula says, I love that, Mary, about how each snowflake is different. Can you imagine? And yeah, I was thinking about that this afternoon, and I said, I wonder, maybe God gets a little feisty and says, who will know if I make 2 snowflakes out of all these billions the same? They're going to melt anyway. That's what I would say. I don't know if God would say that or not, but I'm going. And then I thought, how do you know every snowflake? Every snowflake is different. How do you know that for sure? And how do you know that God doesn't say, yeah, they're going to melt. We're going to make these 2 the same. Oh. Kitty Jen says, I'm still here, Mary. I left you a message. Thank you, Jen. Katia says she's up tatting. It's my tatting work time. Katia does beautiful, beautiful, beautiful tatting. All right, everybody, I'm getting ready to sign off. This is a man that I sketched tonight. I'm going to make him my thumbnail. So have a great week, and I will see you tomorrow or Tuesday morning at 4:30 in the morning Central. Bye, everybody.